Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, October the 29th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can, and Torty, there we are, right on cue. Okay, guys, so you guys can hear me and see my screen in both YouTube and the main room. Lots happening today, guys. Tons and tons of earnings plays. Let's get to some of the cheaper ones, though. The BKY, these are not earnings plays. These are just stocks that are up the most right now in the pre-market. BKYI. So, I mean, guys, they secure a $910,000 order. I know they only have 1.7 million in the float, but I don't know. Up 88% on that news. 37 million shares have traded. 37 million. And let's see, the 200-day moving average is looming above it. Hard to believe it's going to maintain this, but anyway, it is what it is. $910,000 order. Lucy, yeah. So they are trading higher. I don't know this has been posted after the company announced the launch of Lucy D Armor, its first ANSI certified smart safety glasses with integrated AI, etc. So that's the deal with Lucy. And I guess they sell them at Eddie Bauer's, and didn't they have a deal with either Costco or Target also a long time ago? Anyway, Nautica, Eddie Bauer, Reebok. Anyway, that is the deal with Lucy, and very low float, 1.3 million in the float. Lixt, Lixt, Lixt. This is still up, yeah, kind of hanging in there. The high was 290, 217 right now. Don't see any news on it. Can't see any specific news on it. There must be something going on, but I don't see it. Another low float, 2 million in the float. So some earnings plays. I know this one, I think you waited around for this one, William. VFC released earnings after hours yesterday. Big pop up and holding its gains, really. Pre-market high looks like around 21. It's 20 right now. Well, kind of drifting a little bit down, but there was a big pop after hours. If you can see my screen, look at the 15-minute chart, and you see that mauve area right here. That is the after hours action. And again, kind of holding those after hour gains. I think SHPH, I believe this is under $1. No, I'm sorry, it is not under $1. So, doses first patient in phase 2 clinical trial of their drug. Okay. And that's the reason. Another. Look, 1.3 million in the float, up 51% based on that news. PFIE is under $1, isn't it? No. This is a buyout. Sorry, this is a buyout. Okay, so PFIE is a buyout. Some more earnings plays, guys. Some bigger ones. CVI. Well, not okay. I thought that was more expensive, but anyway, CVI earnings play, gapping down on earnings, down 21%. That's a big move with 100 million in the float, down 21% on earnings. Of course, with oil being in the tank, energy prices being in the tank right now, I guess that makes sense that these companies, a lot of these energy companies, are going to have something that looks like a little bit like this. This is the one I was thinking about. Look at this one, guys. I don't know this company that well. TMDX, I've seen it before, but TMDX earnings play. Look at this gap down 25%. Now this is a low float. This is a low float, 32 million. Don't ever trade the bias, never. Once it's you don't know if it's going to get bought out for sure, but once you see it flatlining, I just forget about it. TMDX, my goodness, that's a big drop. Low float, 32 million. I'm surprised at that float with at the share price it was. WGS is in earnings right now. There's not much volume yet, but this is an all-time high right now. All-time high. WGS is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, just to talk a little bit about a buy. I mean, there's really nothing to see here. Okay, I mean, first of all, I don't even know what the buyout price is, but even if it was higher, there's no guarantee this is going to go through. But once this happens, I mean, usually just forget about it. Xerox, man, Xerox. Look at Xerox, guys. Guys, remember Xerox? XRX. Look at this, an $8 stock now. Looks like this is a lifetime low. Xerox is an earnings play, and it is a lifetime low. After they reported worse than expected Q3 financial results and cut their annual outlook. So that's Xerox, guys. Thank you, John. So that was the buyout price. Okay. Ford is also, I'm hearing Ford. Ford is gapping down on earnings also. Ford, gapping down on earnings. Again, guys, a lot of earnings plays. I don't know if you remember, I showed this screen last week, and there might have been pre-market. There might have been, I don't know, 5 stocks in there. So you can see we're getting into earnings season, guys. We're getting into earnings season. These are all the earnings plays. There are more. Believe me, there are more, but these are the ones that are passing my filter requirements. Yeah, DJT. Yeah, another $10 pop. Actually, isn't it about an $8, $8.50 pop? Fun is definitely a big, big, big disconnect now. BOHN. I don't know what this meant really. Fundware terminates the purchase agreement with Lincoln Park Capital Fund. I'm not sure I understand. I don't know if these guys said they were going to buy some stock. I really invest in the company. I really don't know. Crocs, another earnings play, guys. CROX, another earnings play. Big gap down on earnings, 15%, 15%. Another low float. I mean, 57 million in the float for at one time, $140 stock. That's a low float, in my opinion, anyway. So there is zero. Sorry, Crocs guys. So the next low looking left on a weekly. I'm sorry, yeah, weekly chart is $112. So there is still room on a weekly chart. On a daily chart, little closer. Oh, what am I talking about? It's way down here, 116. Yeah. So there's really not a lot of support on a weekly chart until you get $4 below. I'm hearing SGD. I'm hearing it. This is in my, oh, look at this one. Okay, so lots of room. Look at this room on the daily chart. Look at this room, guys. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but if there's any news on this one, provides a construction update on the Sugar Phase 1 project in South Texas. Okay, so look at this. I mean, this gapped up 2 days ago, all the way up to 661. The next day was 260. So, I mean, obviously very volatile. Extremely low float. I mean, we want 313,000 shares. Another website might have slightly more or even less, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. It's GD, thank you, draw. So 530,000 shares. So extremely low. I think AMKR is also Do I have the go no go add-on? This is somebody from our YouTube room. Yep. Here's the that's the go no go charts right there. You can see by the candlesticks and the way they not the candlesticks but the bar charts and the different colors. So AMKR, another earnings play, guys. AMKR is another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. And another earnings play gapping down. DHI, Dr. Horton. DHI is another earnings play gapping down. Now, this is a more expensive one. Look at this, though, through the 200-day moving average. So if you're into the more expensive ones, I mean, this is kind of key. DHI, earnings play, big float, 321 million, but look at that, through the 200-day moving average right now. Thank you, William. Remember eFresh last week, guys, or was it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, well, it was a couple of weeks ago, not a couple of weeks ago, last week. Remember this one? eFresh, all the way up to $10. We are a 73-cent stock now. Talk a little bit about this one. Opera is an earnings play. Opera is an earnings play. I have traded this one in the past. I have found this one kind of difficult intraday. Anyway, they definitely good result, obviously, or the reaction to their earnings release is positive. Meanwhile, BKYI with that big $900,000 order, excuse me, don't want to short change them, $910,000 order through the 200-day moving average now. I mean, look, the next high is 323. I guess anything could happen. That's crazy. 1.7 million in the float. If there's anything more to this, I mean, here is no, I don't use the Anchor View web add-on in our YouTube room. PGTX guys. So this one is just ripping here. So the high looking left on the weekly chart is 100, sorry, not 100, 26, 41. Okay, so here's the reason, I guess. I mean, I don't know if there are any other analysts. But Cowen is initiating coverage with a price target of 50. Okay. Green line on my daily chart is the 200-day moving average. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. RS again. That's a 200-day moving average. See right there. So for Lucy, it's broken through the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, I'm not going to go over all. Now, first of all, we're in for a weaker open. We're in for a weak open. Okay, here's the SPY. SPY is sort of drifted down. Let me check the economic calendar and see what's happening. See if there's anything happening at 8:30. All right, so at 8:30, we had international trade in goods. We had retail inventories. We had wholesale inventories. 9 o'clock, we had some home pricing index, and another house price index. So the next one is at 10 o'clock, the consumer confidence at 10 o'clock. Also, job openings and the labor turnover survey at 10 o'clock. So that's the two next things on the economic calendar. We also have a $44 billion 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock, times Eastern, of course. So let's take a look. XLE is just getting well, actually a little bit of a lift here for XLE. Flat anyway. Shouldn't say lift, but so there's XLE. So there is that 200-day, the green line. That's 200-day moving average on the daily chart. So it is still below it. Closed, tried to rally yesterday, but it is still below the 200-day. I believe that's going to be the only one. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. So XRT is still in sight. The 200-day moving average is in sight, but is trying to move away from it. And then the other one was healthcare yesterday. I was looking at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, I mean, healthcare is drifting towards it, 147. So you can't see it on the screen, but it's not that far away. So healthcare is starting to drift down towards the 200-day moving average. But as we speak, yeah, so you must have them pinned. Okay, that's probably the only reason. You must have them pinned. If you right click on a chart, check to see if you have pinned. Like, I don't know why that's pinned, by the way, but pinned. See, I even have them pinned. Hmm, interesting. But that's probably the reason though. If you right click on all those anything you've got, uncheck the pinned. Well, I mean, I don't know how to help you, Paul. The only reason I can think of is that things are pinned. So if I reloaded, this, and that's typically what happens. People don't realize that they've had them pinned. You just do a save though here for me. It's almost impossible for me to know why it's happening with you if we're on mass. Well, pin, forget about what pin does. Oh, they all say pin? Okay. Well, pin used to be used in the old days before we had the dot channel bar. So if you wanted to load another channel, from a channel bar, your layout would disappear. So there was a way in which you could pin your layout and then you could load a layout from the channel bar and your layout would not disappear. Pinning can get people into trouble just like what's happening with you. So what you can do is, well, close all pinned or close all pinned. But the problem is everything is going to go away. Best thing you can do is just go each one and uncheck it and then save it. Okay. Once you have, but you might have to do this. You might see, as you say, duplicates underneath, and that's what's happened. So I never talk about pinning. Never. So again, you're going to have to go and uncheck everything that's pinned, and then but check underneath to see. You probably have a duplicate. You'll have to uncheck that, and then close it. Okay, close it down because you don't want all those duplicates. Yep. Oh, absolutely. Save your layout. Absolutely. It will save your layout. Well, guys, it's TGTX is continuing to make new highs. Pre-market now it's taken out that high in the weekly chart. It's a big move, and I guess the only thing I can see is I don't see any other analysts. Well, I see B Riley, but how can we take them seriously? But anyway, target of 38. So Riley has put a target of 38 on these guys. But Cowan just initiated coverage with a $50 price target. But again, guys, that doesn't mean it's going to get to $50. Okay, don't mortgage everything and just put it into this one because you think it's going to 50. It's an opinion by an analyst, but that's all it is. I think this is also an earnings play. HLIT. HLIT is also an earnings play. HLIT. So Lucy pulled back and underneath the VWAP though. The VWAP is 1064, so it's underneath the VWAP. It's too bad. I was kind of hoping it would hold the VWAP maybe and bounce off it. Bit of a springboard, but right now that's a pretty big pullback. $14 down to 950. So discounting the pre-market high. I mean, the next high in the daily chart, it's got to get through that again. 985. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Another earnings play, guys. Not a lot of volume yet, but SSTK, another earnings play, has a little bit of room on the daily chart, a couple of dollars on the daily chart, but not a lot of volume yet. So Sophie is an earnings play, guys. SOFI looked pretty good at the beginning, but look at this. It's actually gone negative. SOFI, and I got all the way up to almost $12, 11.99. But since that high, it's been dropping, and it's actually gone negative now. And this is an earnings play, SOFI. You know, the WGS is interesting. Okay, I mean, there's not a lot of volume yet. It is an earnings play. The only issue is, I mean, it's such a low float. I mean, 17.8 million for a $65 stock now, but it's an all-time high. I mean, WGS right now is an all-time high. Morning, perfect. In our YouTube room. All right, guys, want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. All right, guys, here's my layout that I use once this market opens. And as always, I'll be paying as much attention as I can to the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. I'm sure it's going to be pretty active today. And some excellent ones from yesterday. My problem is that I just get distracted sometimes with other things I have to do, but you don't have that issue. Just checking out glue from yesterday, guys, and it really has not held its gains, has it? Not really, anyway. I mean, it got as high as 12.29, back down, and it's actually down 2%, only 19 cents. But after the big news yesterday, $150 million deal with Novartis. Oh, wow. Is it really? That's a big move for Bitcoin. 71,000. Hmm. Well, that I know I put IBIT up earlier, so that's a good trade of the week. What was the trigger again? 30, 39, right? It was 38 or 39? Must be 39, right? 39. Thank you. So, trade of the week is IBIT. Basically, if you're buying this one, you're basically buying is in essence Bitcoin, the Bitcoin ETF. So the trigger was 39. So how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. But this is looking awesome. But Bitcoin finally cracked 70,000 again. So it looks like the high Bitcoin high is right up here, 4190. Looking at the ETF, okay. Yeah, AREB, American Rebel. This one has had interesting. We get back to a weekly chart. We've seen this one. Yeah, this week right here, when it got up to just underneath $8. But then look what happened. I mean, this is the week, okay, but it closed at 259. So obviously, probably a low float. Don't have the float here, but probably a low float. If it can take out that weekly high of 2 weeks ago is 351, so it's almost there. Has a possibility then of trying to fill in this little void here. If there's any news on this one, Champion Safe company announces the introduction of two new safeguard models, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Our float is 850. Thank you, Draw. So, all right, guys, less than a minute right now, less than a minute to this open. So, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception if I see something on this 10-day daily breakout. But and if I do make the exception, it's probably going to be a quick trade because I still think that most of them can pop up and then come right back down. That's why I like to wait. I like to wait 15 minutes. Not that everything is settled down completely after 15, but certainly a lot better than after 30 seconds. Or yeah. So except for this open, another 20 seconds. All right, everybody. We've got 2-1 blast off. So here we go. I did see this ELDN also. I saw this ELDN in the pre-market. Popped up to 428, and then it came right back down to 360. See if there's any news on this one. Ah, that's right. They did financing at 365. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Okay. VFC on the move, guys. VFC is on the move. Now the pre-market high is 2117 or so. So but it's back over 20 or at 20 right now. This is an earnings play. VFC is an earnings play. WGS, that's another earnings play, all-time high. Ah, Porch from yesterday, PRCH. Let's see what's happening with this one. Okay, so that had a huge day yesterday, guys. Closed here at 219. So, and now it's above the 200-day moving average, barely. 200-day moving average is 232. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day. The high yesterday was 247-ish. It's trying to get up to that level. This was definitely a nice one from RAI yesterday. Well, look at this one, guys. Now, my guess is the spread. Yeah, the spread is not great. That's about $1. I'm talking about WGS and that, indicative of the float. Wow, Porch on the move, guys. PRCH is still on the move. And he is saying drug is on the move again. Haven't seen drug for a while. Yeah, you got to be careful, obviously, again. So if you're going to take this one, so our opening move in the SPY is down. Okay, there's our opening move in the SPY. Isn't Rhombus an earnings play? RMBS. Yeah, so Rhombus is an earnings play also, guys. RMBS is an earnings play. Nice pop right now. Looking at the weekly chart, the next high is right there. The next high after that, if we can get through that, is 48. Oh, Lucy, look at it. Lucy just got clobbered on the way down. So Lucy halted on the way down. KNSA, let's see what's happening with this one. So KNSA, it's an earnings play actually. And so it had a drop and now it's had this pop. So it's been halted on the way up. KNSA, still down 15%. Not a lot of volume, only 57,000 shares right now. So SHPH, I'm not sure if I mentioned this one. I know it's on my list here. SHPH. So this is now putting a bit of a move. Is this an earnings play? Yes. So Corning is an earnings play. GLW, guys. GLW. Old. Now this one could get interesting all day. I'm kind of looking for one of these ones that people know about and that just have a nice. Well, they don't have to be known. We've seen some of these more expensive ones though that just kind of keep inching its way up all day. I don't know if JLW is going to be that one, but all right. Now VFC, where could this one go? VFC. So you've got on the weekly chart, not that far away. I mean, it's 2126 at 2064 right now. And you can see two weekly highs right there. So that could be the stalling point if it continues. That's the VFC. This is an earnings play also, guys. So this one, maybe this is the type of one, perhaps. NC, INCY. It's a big earnings play, and it's no, it's not an all-time high, but it's up, it's up in this area here. Maybe this is the one, if it settles down, it just sort of inches its way all day. Boy, look at this WGS. Okay, so GJT, yeah, wow, that was a big drop down at underneath 50. Just got halted on the way up. DJT just got halted on the way up. That was a big drop. The 10, almost not quite a $10 drop from 57 in the pre-market down to 49. Man, oh man, look at this WGS, guys. I mean, I don't know this company at all. I'm not sure. I've seen it before. We of course saw it in the pre-market, all-time high. Look at this move now. Low float, 17.8 million in the float. Yeah, it was a wide spread. It was about a dollar spread, but of course after that it tacked on $4. So no way. It was a dollar stock this year. I wonder if they did reverse splits then or something. Hmm. I mean, it's well. I mean, here it is down. I mean, a year ago, like $2. Wow. So they did a reverse split. Thank you. Okay. All right, KNSA guys. So it opened. So after the drop, and then it got halted on the way up. So DATS is another one of these social media platforms. Okay, so DATS it's really lagged, of course, fun, but here it is. It used to kind of trade a little bit like fun, PHUN, and that's DATS. So on the 10-day daily breakout, guys. So I think Corning probably went a little bit. Yeah, CLW 5018 was the alert. But on these breakouts now, I mean, a lot of them just kind of trade on their own. There are other earnings plays and all that. But you'd love to see maybe the market not moving down. Doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily. Doesn't have to be moving higher necessarily, but you just want to sort of stop this downward trend if we're going to take some of these breakouts. Well, yeah, Penny. I mean, you're talking about, of course, we're talking about DJT, Interactive Brokers. Right now, they're only 13,000 shares. So there are a lot of people who are short this, I guess, who haven't covered. That's all at Interactive Brokers. So they're holding on to their shorts. I mean, there have been times where there have been, a million shares short available. Here's another one, guys. I did see this in the pre-market. PSQH. And I'm not sure. See if I had any news. Holding the company announced launched a new payments platform and secured a 5.3 million investment to drive growth. Okay, so another one of these companies that got an investment. I don't know by who, but PSQH. Oh yeah, if you start to see that number increase, Penny, it just means that our people at Interactive Brokers anyway are starting to cover their position. That's all. So here's LTBR, guys. LTBR, which is just you know, it's still not even close to the other ones in terms of a lifetime range, but the other nukes. But LTBR, we had a whole spurt of alerts from our AI. It's a little unusual. We're at 940 and 941. All right, so there was some, so it resumed, but it resumed downwards, and now it's halted again. DJT is now halted again. So you can see that before that there was some short covering. Okay, 13 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Penny. Well, I don't know about powerful forces, but I mean, it's had a tremendous run. There's going to be some profit taking, I guess, and all of a sudden, if you are long that one, wow, look at LTBR. If you're long that one from a lot lower, and then all of a sudden you see some profit taking coming in and some selling, you might sell too. Okay, guys. So now we're getting a little bit of a market pop here. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got some consumer confidence, I think, at 10 o'clock. Yeah, this UAVS, I mean, if they can get through number one, 318 is the next high. That was, looks like that was yesterday's high around 318. You can see exactly what happened. It stalled at the day before that. That was Friday's high. If we can get through that, then your next highs are around four. So I'm going to stick an alert a little bit above 3. See if it takes that out. Here's another one that just got halted, guys. TZUP, TZUP, halted on the way down. Ugh, this is ugly looking. Oh, this is one weird name. Thumbs up. Thumbs. Okay, not a weird name, eh? Thumbs up. You got to say it correctly. Thumbs up. Media Corporation. All right, guys. There's the BKYI with the big $910,000 order. So I mean, it's got a ton of room still. A ton of room. The next high in the daily chart is that red line is around 320. So it's through the 200-day moving average now. And I think it just got halted again. I think BKY, yeah, it just got halted again. Well, remember, I was just talking about the NC earlier, guys. This could be the one. Let's watch this one to see if it can hold these areas and then just kind of gently move. The float, I mean, it's 160 million in the float. So just kind of looking for one that just can have that, kind of that all day non volatile move. I don't have, well, maybe it is. I don't see this as an IPO. Just give me a moment, please. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'm going to have to take off for a couple of minutes, okay? All right, guys, I'm sorry about that. I'm back. Well, I mean, I'm looking at my chart here for TZUP. I mean, obviously you can see there was some action. I'm just looking at the date. Want to make sure that the date is. Yeah, I mean, this is this week. Yeah, 2024. So I don't know what chart you're looking at. Well, so much for that resistance, guys. So this was a great one from that. Well, I don't have trading view, of course, Andy, but I'm just looking here. I mean, I do see. Oh man, I'm missing out on some of these ones from the 10-day daily breakout now. Rhombus, guys. RMBS. This is an earnings play. RMBS. This is an earnings play. This is the one I was thinking about yesterday. I don't know if this was an earnings play, PRCT. It was an earnings play, and this basically moved very. See how it moved yesterday? Very, very nicely. More expensive one, very nicely. This is what I'm kind of trying to find today. Look at the Rambus guys. The Rambus RMBS. Boy, there's a lot happening. PSQH. This was right at 3 the last time I saw it. Now, big pop up, 10% move. All right, guys. So here's the MNPR. So, yeah, William said they did a financing. They're only raising a little over a million shares, I guess, 16.25 a share, way above the financing price, way above it. So they're raising 19.2 million. So you can see just a little more than a million shares. Boy, this fund is just getting kicked still. Woof, these porch, excuse me, porch all over the place. It's a pretty big float too, 79 million. But look at this. I mean, it gets up to 260 or something, and then just now it's actually gone negative. Well, looking to see if there's a financing that they announced. Well, so much for the Lucy news. Man, oh man. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, LUCY. Big pop up to about $14, down to 8.5 now. You know what else is kind of moving down is TGTX. But you know what is not moving down is LTBR. So this was a really good one. So far, I'm just looking at the later ones, okay? So LTBR 1033, 1110 now, RMBS 4868. I think it's over 49. Came back down. But definitely the LTBR from that 10-day daily breakout. And you could have waited till 941, so didn't have to get it that early. Xerox all-time low, guys. Xerox all-time low, earnings play. Wow. Homelander, I love it. Look at that mug. Okay, so AMKR is trying to recover here, guys. AMKR, this is an earnings play, and it's trying to recover a little bit. Of course, it's got a ton of room. $30 is the next high, way up here because of the big gap down, 10% gap down, but it is trying to recover. Okay, here's another earnings play, guys. Nary. I think I did see this one in the pre-market. I don't think the volume was that great, but anyway, NARI, another earnings play through the 200-day moving average, and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is right at that level, 50.72. Well, it just dropped a little bit now. Boy, look at this LTBR. Wow. How's OKLO doing? I think this one is really if all of them are just ripping higher. Not really. In fact, OKLO is down for the day. Probably SMR and NNE is down. Ah, thank you, Pepe. Okay, so I'm just looking at DQ, guys, and DQ had a great day yesterday. It was kind of trading on its own. It's a China stock. Didn't really see KWEB moving like this, but today's earnings, and look at this, down 23% from earnings. So here is a lithium play from our AI guys. So the next high looking left is 466 on a monthly chart. So I shouldn't say the next high, the high that it broke. So the next high on a monthly chart, obviously it's got room, 771. I'm not saying it's getting there, okay? But that is looking at a monthly chart, and that is LAC for lithium. Another earnings play, guys. AESI, another earnings play. What could it go? Look at this market now. Look at this market really recovering here at 10 o'clock. No, you know what? Forgot about that. So I don't know what the numbers were, but obviously the market didn't mind. 10 o'clock was consumer confidence, and at 10 o'clock, also job openings and labor turnover survey. So we had a couple of numbers came out at 10 o'clock. Obviously, you can see the market reaction was okay. All right, guys. Well, LAC looks good to me. Over five, lots of room. Yeah, see, Bitcoin is still strong, almost 72,000 now. I mean, a great move. Here's the MNPR now, guys. This is starting to move now. So they did a financing, didn't raise that much money, didn't issue that many shares. It's well above the financing price. It's 16.25 a share, so well above the financing price. Of course, had the big news last. It was on what, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, this is that was Wednesday. The big news on Wednesday for the MNPR. For that, I think it was with AstraZeneca. And it's all about the float. Look at that float, 1.9 million in the float for MNPR. Black, LAC. Tell me, I'm going to have to do what I've done on with the fun a couple of days ago and the glue yesterday. So I've taken myself out of the trade, guys, for the lack. I didn't like the way it was drifting down towards five. I may get back in if it gets up to that 508 mark. All right, lack is above five again, so I may have to test it another time. Lack meaning LAC. All right, so for the lack, I'm going to have to put a price alert around 510, I think. See if we can clear five in a bigger way. All right, GoPro, are you still around? G Pro, is this GoPro? It is. Boy, remember when this was a hot commodity? Look at it now. Basically a lifetime low now for GPRO. Well, guys, again, this one from yesterday, the PRCT just is ripping here, it's continuing to move higher. It's a big move, 5%, 49 million in the float. Had a huge day yesterday on earnings. Continuation, basically a continuation play. ATI is an earnings play, guys. So it got into that high up here. That's a high right there, you can see. And this is rejecting it a little bit here. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. This eight. Yeah, I mean, I would love to take this one, except for that, the high right over here. This is coming from the 10-day daily breakout. I'm talking about the AESI. Sorry, I had the wrong chart up. ATI. There we go. ATI is an earnings play. And the next low looking left is kind of could be some support right around the area it's at now. All right, lack. Man, oh man, it's amazing. So let's see if it works this time, or do I have to do it a third time before it works? Well, I don't know about a good job on lack, but we'll see. SSTK, guys. SSTK is okay. A little bit of a break here now for SSTK. This is an earnings play. Excuse me. Wow. I mean, obviously, I wish I'd known this was going to do this, but WGS just talked about it in the pre-market. The problem was that I hardly had any volume, and I was a little worried about this float. I mean, 17.8 million in the float is a super low float for a stock this pricey. But what a move! And this is from our AI also. It's an all-time high, so I mean, there's no resistance anywhere in terms of a chart resistance anyway. But man, I don't think I've ever seen this one before. So yeah, somebody said they'd done a reverse split, right? A 1-for-15 reverse split a while back. Well, again, guys, I took took myself out of the lack. Flat, crazy. I had some profit in it, but I was hoping for a lot more, and then it got right back down to where I bought it. So, well, no, not really. I took a small loss on the first one. And I got out flat the second time, Amster. So I did not get a profit on it. I'll look at it again one last time if it gets back over 5 in a big way. But other than that, I'm just going to forget about it. Okay, so the UAVS. So this was at an important level, I think. 308, 306. Yes. So it's a little bit above these highs. And of course, when we look left, it has a ton of room, $4 or so. So let's see if it can hold over that 312, 308 level and move from there. Yeah, I mean, it's such a low float. This is indicative of a low float. All right, let's see if this SSTK is pulled back. Let's see if it can start to move. It get high in the pre-market was 34.70, so it's got about a dollar to that. Meanwhile, the market, yeah, look at this lift in the market. I mean, the SPY is, well, it's still basically flat now, guys. So the Dow is up, Nas is up, and the SPY is basically flat. Big recovery. The numbers that came out at 10, obviously, I think, William, you posted them, obviously good, or the market reacted well to them. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now, 1016, I'm going to go over my homepage and the scans you can find on them, including also how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas with a really good promo code that we've got right now, 25% off. But hang around. I'm going to show you the scans that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there's a promo code you can use, Barry25. That will get you 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. All I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, just use my code. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's really that simple. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That's the first thing you'll do. 10 short videos, that'll get you started. Okay. The download and install, first startup and login. Scroll a little bit down, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert, okay, windows, the key two elements of Trade Ideas. So you've got to do that first, guys. It is a software program. What we've tried to do here is very quickly get you started. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos designed for people who are new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week, which is worked out very well. It's IBIT. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay. Education section is here. This is our user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much is in the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a lot of information. You don't have to know everything, of course, but getting started. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, racing. You notice I'm running one race here. Here's how you can start your own race, set up your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay, I use price alerts on my charts all the time. And the only other thing I'll point out is if you want to create a watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you can do it. Okay, getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it'll be Chris Varley. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over to listen to Chris. Last, here are my scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for the scans that I'm currently sharing, scroll down, middle section right here. Here are my scans. So what you can see, I have a lot of scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them. I don't have them all up and running. Okay, but these are the ones that you can see on this monitor that I share. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. Halts resumes is over here. Give me a moment. Halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders right here. Upside movers versus downside movers is down here. Okay. So those are the ones you can actually see. I do have a couple of other scans on my other monitors that here's my momentum scan is right here. Very active scan. And then the 10-day daily breakout. Okay. The 10-day daily breakout is right here. The don't repeat version. You notice I've got two versions, the daily breakout and then the don't repeat. Don't repeat allows me, you're only going to see the stock the first time and the time. first time and the price where it met all the filter requirements. This would kind of be the repeating version of it, not this scan, but the idea is that you would see the stock over and over and over again as the stock kept making a new high in here. Okay. Why I like to see this is because now I can go back and say, okay, what did it do from that first alert? Did it move higher the way we would like it to, or what did it do? Or maybe it's stuck. Maybe there's still time to get into it. I use it like a watch list. Okay, so again, I have other scans that I do share, but don't have them all up and running. There'll be way too many scans to look at and have information overload. Okay. Okay, that was close, guys. I almost shut that down. I get now I can shut this down. All right, now what is trade ideas? So I like to demonstrate its power by using this momentum scan. Okay, again, this is one that I'm sharing. So I call it a momentum scan. If I right click on it, it's going to show and click on configure. It's going to show you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular scan, this is the screening aspect. Okay, well, of course we can screen. A lot of screening programs out there, but what we also do is what we're really excellent at is real time alerting. Give me one moment, please. I'm taking a look at this SSDK. It's got over 33 again. It's an earnings play again, SSGK. Okay, I'm just watching it right now. I'm just 3306, 3323. All right, so in this scan, this is what it's looking for. Okay, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three. That means it's got to be trading three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal. That gives it the momentum. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see FGF. The last time this happened was at 10:23 plus 17 seconds. What are we now? So quite a minute, about it. Well, no, I thought it just made another new high. But so the last time it was about a minute ago when any stock met all these filter requirements, I made a new high for the day. And that was FGF. Okay. Yeah, these are part of your yeah. All these filters accessible, yes, with a standard subscription. So there you go. FGF just made another new high for the day. Okay. So that's how it works. Okay. These are all real-time alerts. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's called Momo on my homepage. But if you want to make any changes, of course you can do that too. Wow, look at this market. What a move, guys. Huh. Boy, those 10 o'clock numbers, the market liked them. I can't drag this out because I've got this open, but anyway, the bottom line is this. If you want to make a change, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's a filter that you like, you want to add. Up to you. Okay. But if you like it the way it is, it's on my homepage. Want to build your own scan from scratch? You can, of course, do that also. Right at the very top here, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. The two most popular ones, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are our filters that we've got, okay? So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. The reason there are so many is that when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a complicated programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scan. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and that's it, and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that what I don't use is bad. It just means I don't need them for my personal trading style. Okay. Wow. So there is a lot of profit taking happening right now for DJT, I guess. This is and there. So Penny, if you look right now, no shorts available. So all those shorts that were available at Interactive Brokers, those people have not covered, and they're probably they're happy as well, really happy. I mean, look at this. It's gone up to what, $57. So there's a $13 drop. Let's see if there's at any point will there be some people willing to step in. Oh man, look at this one, guys. So TPSD, look at the room it's got on the daily chart. Looking left, 160 is the next high. Today's high was 121. There was a high right there at 120, so that's kind of where it stalled. Let's see if it gets back over, say 122, and has a run because it's got. Look at all the room it's got on the daily chart. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get up here. I'm just saying, we don't have to worry about chart resistance. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. All right, here's another. You're just talking about this one, NCPL. Yeah, NCPL, another one has some room on a weekly chart. 296. Yeah, it's got some room. NCPL, another ridiculous low float. You say a million, we've got 715,000. Whatever it is, it's very low. See, I missed out on the UAVS. I missed out on it. Doggone it. I missed out on it. I had to go do something. And so I missed out on this one, guys. But, this was the key. Remember, we're just talking about this, getting just over three. Now it's on a run. And look at the room it's got. I mean, it still has room. 403 is the next high. Sorry, 397 is the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, okay? But that's what you have to be aware of. Now, look, if it takes that out, maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow, then your next high is way up here around 541. So lots and lots of room for this one. Again, the reason why it had the pop 2 days ago, the CEO came out with I call them impassioned letters to the shareholder, pleading their case as a company. All right, Mira was a big one yesterday. I also, guys, MIRA was had a big move. Got up to $2, closed down here at 150. So it's above yesterday's close. MIRA, another pretty low float, 11 million in the float. Halted on the way up. Okay, let's see where it could open. 48. And the blue screen haven't shown this today. So this is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This is showing a halt, 47.28 for GJT. This column here is trying to give you maybe a clue as to where it could open when it comes out of the halt. This number does not have to stay, of course. It can fluctuate over the 5 minutes. Usually they're 5-minute halts. Look how whippy this one got. LTBR got up almost to $12 and comes back almost back down to 10. Now, what's it? The VWAP is 1059, so it's above the VWAP now, guys. LTBR is above the VWAP. So if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, above the VWAP. Give me one moment, guys. Cinemark, man, oh man, this is compare this to AMC. There's no comparison. Cinemark CNK has earnings a couple of days from now, October 31st, pre-market. Okay. And ahead of earnings, it's really trying to run here. Interesting. If there's any news here. Wedbush raises target to 32 from 31. That was AMC doing. Like, I have no idea the finances with Cinemark compared to AMC. I really have no idea. All I know is AMC is dead. Just dead. Okay, guys, mention this one as a VWAP play, LTBR, and there you go. So again, if you're a VWAP type player, pay attention. There it was, 1061. It broke above the VWAP, and now it's starting to run again. As high as 1189 this morning. Okay, guys. So yeah, this LTBR, what did we say was the next high on a monthly chart? I think it was, we had to go back, I think, 2.5 years before we see these highs for LTBR. All right, so this SSTK, boy, WGS, what to say? What to say about this one? That hasn't already been said before. I talked about this in the pre-market. Never would I have thought this would be the one that would have that all day look. Never. Just because of the float. Okay. But this is the one. Amazing. And it's actually from our AI also. But we saw it in the pre market. The volume wasn't great. But look at this. Now look at the volume now 1.3 million, 18 times normal, and just continuing to make its way up. The spread's 50 cents, big deal. Really, at this point. I don't mean to take it now. I'm just saying that the spread has always been a bit of an issue, but all right. For some reason, U.S. Steel is starting to pop here, guys. X is starting to pop. X is popping. Earnings on Thursday. Okay, so earnings on Thursday. I don't know if there's this on again, off again deal with Nippon or somebody else. I don't know if it's in the news again. Saw this one a little earlier. Triple U, Universal Security, not an earnings play. Triple U, and I guess it got halted at some point. Don't see any news on it. It's not an earnings play. I don't see any news on it. Low float, 2 million in the float. All right, now Rhombus might be interesting. Okay, again, RMBS. This is an earnings play, and maybe after it had to dip down to 48, what's this? 107 million in the float. So you would think it would settle down a little bit. I mean, there's room, obviously, on a weekly chart. Where is it on a monthly chart? Yeah, I mean, look at this. So on a monthly chart, 51.25 is the next high on a monthly chart. So there's a ton of room still. This is an earnings play. Rhombus is an earnings play. Rambus is an earnings play. Oh boy, this PGHL, I can see right off the bat, this absolutely ripped here. Was halted at 11.13. It was halted on the way down though. Anyway, PGHL, it's still down. I mean, look at this, down 32% still. Hardly any volume though. That's the scary thing. Well, you might have to wait 3 months for that one again, Captain, for WGS. Assuming it's an all-time high. Okay, KDP. Now this was down. Let's see if it's so it's still down for the day. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 24th. KDP. This is Keurig Dr. Pepper trying to come back a bit. There's a gap down and reversal. They slip on stockholders stake sale plan. All right, so a planned sale. So at least they're not just dumping it on the market. They're planning to sell 60 million shares at 32.85. So right at this level. Okay, so there has been there are 1,000 shares available now at Interactive Brokers, available to short for DJT. We've been a modest short covering. Pfizer's an earnings play. PFE is an earnings play. This is not. They're not happy. Pfizer, PFE is an earnings play. Wow. It's hard to look at now for me because, saw this in the pre-market, but just sort of turned my head away from it because of the float, 17 million in the float. Just did not think that it would be the one that I've been looking for today, sort of that all day. Well, it's going to be all day, but certainly an hour and a half, almost straight up. Hmm, didn't know that, William. Yeah, $75 million. Well, this is from our AI, also, guys. 74.86. There's a 9% move. So it's not all about just the super cheap ones in our AI that can have big moves. UPXI, you just mentioned that one. Yeah, this is a crazy one from 2 days ago, Friday, up to $16. Well, let's take a look at this one. Where could this one open? So 895. So there's the halt. UPXI halted. 893. This is not really giving a big clue as to where it's going to open. And again, this is time and sales, okay? Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, this blue screen. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And I know I repeat myself all the time, but it's amazing how many emails I get. Where's that blue screen in trade ideas? Not the float, Veronica or Veronica. The float is what I just thought it would be way too volatile with that share price and the float of only 12 million. I just thought it would be volatile. I was looking for one more, I call it more traditional. One moment, please. Okay. Well, do they happen frequently? You're talking about the ones that still, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be, several, especially during earning season during the day. The trick is to find it, to find that one. I mean, it's not that easy. The one that is going to do that. All right, here now. This must be. Yes, it is. Okay, so this is an IPO, guys. I know Rob probably put it in there, priced at $4 a share. So as we speak, this is no enthusiasm. Okay. For some reason it's not loading. This is my news out of there we are. So yeah, so no, not a lot of enthusiasm for this one right now for gels. Did you put it up there? Australia. Okay. Well, Australia could be interesting, in terms of being kind of volatile. So we'll have to see. So I'll put an alert above $4 and see if it takes it out later. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing. How's that ATI? I mentioned this one a little while ago as something that might be moving on the way down. ATI earnings play. All right, how's this one doing? This is just over the whole number. ANIX, ANIX, over the whole number. Okay, now UPXI opened, and what did it do? Wow. All right. Well, let's see if this one has any sort of a. I mean, look, traders are looking at this. Okay, last week when it got up to $16, that's what traders are kind of looking at right now. Now, was there any news on this one? I don't know if there's any news or. Oh, give me a break. Just give me a moment, guys. Whew. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know what was going on with IV, but I was trying to sell it, and it just wouldn't want to sell it for me. And that's the UPXI. Man, I was sweating there because I did not want that thing to drop down back down to 9. Anyway, I did okay on it, and I still have a little piece of it. Wow. Well, this is what I'm saying, guys. I mean, that's what traders are looking at right over here. This high. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but maybe, William. I mean, I was sweating. I really was, all of a sudden that, when a cop car comes up behind you with a flashing red light, that hasn't happened to me for years, but seriously, I mean, I was trying to sell some, and they just, I kept getting this big pop up. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm okay now. Looks like it's going to get halted right here. No, no. The reason I thought it was going to get halted is because of the right there, like 11:01. I bet you it's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. It's going to get halted. Going to get halted. Don't let me down. This has to get halted. There we go. So why? Because there's no way in the world that a stock that is this active and volatile is going to have a bid of 11 and an ask at 11:01 and stuck there for 10 seconds. No way. All right, guys. Well, that kind of made my day. So give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. so, so again, why did I take this? It was a complete field play, as I call it. Okay, I wouldn't call this. Well, okay, looking left, thinking okay. Other traders are going to be looking at that. So it had room, of course. I'm not saying it's an ideal chart setup, but it was for me. It was just kind of a field play. First time that's ever happened to me, Captain. I think actually it was my error. Um, Meanwhile, back at the WGS arm, look at that. I mean, still, has there been any pullback? I don't think there actually interesting. There are shorts available. I did not realize it. Not that I want to short this one necessarily, but there are 208,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers. You think at some point, I mean, this has almost gone parabolic on well, even a little bit on the 5 and on the 15. A little bit. You're right. GJT is a nice recovery, 43 to 50. Now, here's another crazy one, right? This SKK. Crazy one from a few weeks ago, got up to $10, $11. This is an IPO out of Singapore, I believe. And a low float, 4.3 million in the float. So again, I'm in a halt, but I've sold. I mean, I'm not, oh, there we go. Just opened. Just as I was. Let's see if it gets back over 11 again. Yes, it did. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. All right. I've more off around the 12 level, guys. I mean, I have no idea where this is going. So again, I reiterate, if you're in any of these low floaters, you cannot wander away from your computer, okay? Even for like 5 seconds, because these things, as beautiful as they look when they go up, they can just crash down, okay? When you've got such a low float. So please do not wander away from your computer. Look at this move now. Wow. I think, wasn't he complaining about stock manipulation? I think that's what his letter to the shareholders was back here. I think that's what it was. I think. Hmm. Yeah, thank you, Rich. Yeah, possible stock manipulation. Well, so there's the big drop now, guys. I mean, it went from 1270 right back down to 10 something, 1050. So you can see how volatile it is. Sorry, guys. Internal conversation in our Slack thread. Well, what to do now? That's right. I manipulate the stock all the time. Just set a price alert. It's easy. Always works. So how's IBIT doing right now? Trade of the week. IBIT is the trade of the week. So $39. So it's almost a $2 move now for IBIT. All right, now this just got halted on the way. I'm completely out of this now, but UPXI just got halted on the way down. Now let's take a look, okay? 1016, 1016, 1056. There's your halt price. There's your potential as to where it's going to open. By the way, guys, if you're new to the room, welcome. I should always forget. Welcome to the room. If you're new, this is the format between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. But the main room is usually kept open till about 4. So even when I leave, the main room is open till 4. I do have to shut down YouTube though. And this is it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask questions all day long. Now, if it's an account XPOF, guys, XPOF, let's see what this one is doing. Wow, look at XPOF here. Exponential Fitness. See if there's any news in this one. I don't see any news hitting my headlines and interactive brokers. I don't see any. The 200-day moving average is right up here. It's got a little bit of room, not a lot, maybe about 40 to 50 cents. So it doesn't. I wish that weren't here. Contrast that with the other one. The UPXI, all the room it had. All right. So William says he'll keep the room open until, as he calls it, 4-ish. Google has earnings after hours today. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the Dow was down a little, Nas is up a little. SPY actually went mildly positive. In your opinion, FinFan, okay? In your opinion regarding DJT. Well, here's another one that's showing up that I'm not too familiar with. DGHI. DGHI. What do they do? DigiHost Technology. Not very much volume. Canadian company out of Toronto. Boo. When you live in Vancouver. Bitcoin miner. You're right. Blockchain technology, Bitcoin miner in the crypto sector. Okay. Don't think I've seen this one before. Haywire. Hayw, guys. Earnings play. Earnings play. I know it's not Haywire. Hayward. Moving down now. Moving down. Still positive for the day, but starting to give it up. So if you're into shorting, this is maybe interesting. Now, the only issue is the Yellow line on my 15-minute chart is a 10 SMA, so that can act as support. It's possible that it'll act as support. I don't think did I not click on this one? I do see this one. This again, there are a lot. If you're looking for stock, like a lot of these stocks that Draw sees, I don't know if he's using like my momentum scanner or something similar, but a lot of these stocks, this is where they're showing up. Okay, now there's a lot of action in this one, a lot of action. Kidley, let's take a look at this one now. Kindly Doctor MD. Well, it's got some room, 146, a low float, 1.9 million in the float, and announces a new partnership with Cigna Healthcare to further expand patient care. Okay, well, okay, PLRZ. This is, oh man, how cheap is this thing? This is an IPO priced at 4.2, 438 a unit. Really? Well, this is not happy at all. I mean, look at that. If it IPO is priced at 430 and it's is opens here, not good. Well, hopefully, if anybody took this one, I mean, this is a long halt now. UPXI, this is a long halt. I hope you offloaded most, but it's a long halt now. 1104 was the halt, so it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Usually they're 5 minutes, but sometimes they're multiples of five. So the next one would be, of course, 10. Well, how can I have no advice, Cafe. I mean, how can I have any advice? I have no idea what your strategies are. I mean, is it happening over and over again, or just today? So when you say none of your strategies have worked so far, are you just talking today or forever? Ah, 6 years and none of them have worked. Well, it's hard for me to understand. I don't know what you're trying to do. All right, guys. I'm just kind of. I mean, I can't help you. I have no idea. I mean, it's 6 years. I mean, that's hard for me to believe that you've been trading for 6 years and nothing has worked. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say it like that. But I mean, at some point, you should have changed tried something different. But again, I have no idea what your strategies are. I know you've asked for these. You've been looking at pre-market highs and things like that. Kind of watching DJT here. All right, so UPXI open, guys. So may not be totally over. Amazing. It may not be totally over. Kind of watching DJT right here. I want to see how well it holds 51. Maybe it gets in the high 51s. I may take this trade. Well, I think it's key right here. Right here is very key, I think, to try to hold that 51, in my opinion. The only other thing I can ask is when are you trading? Are you trading early, like in the first 15 minutes? That's the only other thing I can suggest is don't. Maybe even sit out the first half hour. There's no mad rush to get into trading, in my opinion. To start right off the bat. And if you're constantly getting into trades early and losing, don't do it anymore. It's like half an hour. Let things set up even better sometimes. You were moving stocks in raceway to the upper right. I don't understand what you mean. The race, I'm sorry. You talking about this race you see here? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So I don't. What are you talking about? Are you talking about this race you see here? All right. Well, DJT gave up 51. If it gives up 50, look out. I think. It does it really LTBR? Let me see. Did LTBR ever win a race? It did. So how was that? So look at that VWAP break. Remember we were talking about that VWAP break, okay? A long time ago. Now the VWAP has changed. I think it was it 1050 or 40? Hello, is that Aja from way back? If so, you've been gone for what, 2 or 3 years now, it seems. If that's you talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Asia, the green area. Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with the races, I'll go over this right now. So I'm running 4 minute races, okay? And that's just the time period I picked. Of course, you can set your own race time and you can also pick your own parameters of the stocks you want to see. So what happens is, so since this race started, about 40 seconds ago, Riley G has moved 3% since the race started. Okay, that's what that means right there. UPXI has moved 3%, etc. Excuse me, since the race started. So what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is automatically built for you of the stocks that have won the most races. So right now, Triple U has won 4 races, UPXI has won 4 races, etc. But a top 10 list is automatically built for you of stocks that have won the most races. This can act as a good watch list for you for the whole day. Okay. Now this is the races in here are volatile. Okay. I mean, look at the UPXI. They're very volatile races. You can get some pretty big swings. Give me one moment. I'm watching DJT again as it reclaimed 51. So that's what the race is all about. Okay. Now, when you see a stock at the top here, I would obviously click on it, but I would click on anything down here. Anything you see in the list of stocks, I would click on it. Check to see what is happening. Okay. So here's Peloton as an example. So PTON. Now, what if it had been pulling back into, say, the VWAP 644? If you're a VWAP type player, or maybe a moving average you have on a 5 minute chart, or whatever time frame you like to use. Maybe Peloton was moving back. It isn't, but maybe it was. Okay, that's what that's how we saw the LTBR earlier. It moved that back into the VWAP, and then it broke above it. So if you're a VWAP type player, that would have been something that probably you would have been interested in. Give me a moment. Give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to carve something out here, perhaps. Okay. Now, so let me keep going on the racing, okay? Because it's an very interesting concept. I haven't really looked at it today. I've been doing other things, but so the question right now that I've explained the races, and you don't. First of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on the winner. Anything you see here, I would click on it. Just see what's happening. Is it setting up? Maybe on a pullback. I am a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, but that may not. And I'm talking in general, of course. That may not be your style. You may like something like the LTBR that happened earlier that pulled back into the VWAP and then broke through it. That could be your style. All right. So that's number one. Number two is the question really should now be, well, why are these stocks showing up in this list? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click and open, one of the options is to open the top list. And here it is. Okay. Notice if I right click on this top list window, launch real time stock race. So hopefully this is you're cluing into all this, and that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and run a race from it. My top list window is showing these stocks because if I right click, configure, and click on summary, so as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up 2% at least from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay. Now you can set up your own top list with your own set of parameters, of course. So before we had races, the reason a person would use a top list window, and you can still use the top list window like this, but the reason a person would use, look at the UPXI now, guys, 16% move since the beginning of the race, almost 2 minutes ago. So how a person would use a top list window is you could sort on any column header that you had. So right now, the change from the close right there, C percent. If I double left click on it, it's telling me that UPXI is up 61% from yesterday's close, LTBR 26%, etc., all the way down. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, I don't know why DDL is showing up here, then I do have that as an option, change from the open percent, double left click. So there's UPXI again. It's up 68% from its opening trade, etc. Okay, so while this is maybe interesting news or interesting information to have, what a lot of people want though is, well, I don't care if the stock is near the high of the day, or what I want to know is, well, what about a stock that might be starting to move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. Because what the race does, it doesn't care what it doesn't, as long as it's in this list of stocks, it doesn't care where it is in relation to the change from the close or it's changed from the open. All it cares about is show me the stock that is moving the most since the race started. Now, in this particular case, UPXI does happen to be up here. But what if, I don't know, let's pick a stock down here. I don't know, Eldon. Eldon was kind of active earlier today, ELDN. It's up 16.6% from the close of yesterday. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It was up, now it's up 20%, 25%, 30%, 50%, moving up this list. Or something else that really hasn't even moved yet today, something that's way down here. Zeta. Zeta has been a very active stock. It's only up 2% from yesterday's close. But what again, if Zeta all of a sudden, for some reason, just started to move? It's up 5%, 10%, 15%. You will see it in this list of stocks as it's starting to move. Okay. Well, that's how you can maybe get something that is not, absolutely near the high of the day, but is starting to move. And if that is your style, then great. Okay. So that's why these stocks are showing up here. And of course, you can create your own top list with your own set of parameters. Maybe you don't like that price range I've got here. Something else, want to add some filters, take some out. It's up to you. Now, I do have another race that I'm sharing. I'm not displaying it, but I do have another race that I'm sharing on my homepage, and it's a large cap movers. And if I were new to trading, that is probably one that I may concentrate on more than this. This is, fun when you're in one that's moving higher, but believe me, these are very volatile usually. And so you've got to really, really have some experience trading and be very, astute, and you've got to be paying attention. The other race that I've got, I'm not saying you don't have to pay attention, but what I did was I added 2 filters to that other race. The reason I don't have it up and running is that sometimes having 2 races for me, based on all the things that I'm also doing, streaming to platforms, my brokerage platform, Trade Ideas, and a couple of other things, my system can really start to bog down. So, I've just made a decision to only have 1 race. But what I did with the other race is I added a float filter. So it has to have at least 50 million, 50 million in the float, and also market cap. Has to be at least 500 million market cap. Okay. So consequently, looking at, you will not, sometimes you get a big list still, but because of that, you're just not going to get massive percentage moves. Now, having said all that, why don't I just load that and see what it does to my system? So just give me a moment. I'll just show you what it looks like. And again, it may be, if I were new to trading, I would concentrate more on that one. So I'm clicking on my homepage link, going down to my scan section, click here, and then this is the one, the big large cap gainers from the start of the race. I'm going to open it, and let's see. I'll just go up here, file, load from cloud. There, should be there, load it. Okay, showed up on my other monitor. Start, start it. Okay, so look at this top list. Now it may, let's see, I don't know how big it's going to be, but I'm going to open it. Still pretty big. Sometimes when I do this, well, you can see it's not nowhere near as big as the other one. The other one, I could not show all the symbols on my monitor. There's no way. I have a 32-inch monitor, but I could not. I would not be able to show all the symbols. So, and why? Because all I did, I added those two filters. So consequently, you're just not going to get the huge percentage moves. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade, though. Believe me. And the same sort of thing will happen. You'll get a top 10 list automatically built for you. So I'll leave this over here on my other monitor just for a while. But if my system starts to, starts to degrade a bit, I will have to exit it. See what I'm talking about here? 20, like 0.26%. Okay. I mean, it's obviously not a big move. Usually you don't get anything in here over 1%. Doesn't mean it's bad to trade, though. Believe me, it doesn't mean it's bad to trade. Look at this PR. I mean, this is probably not an earnings play, but so Shaw, if you're still in the room, YouTube room, I would maybe look at a race like this, okay, and check out the top tens because of the market cap, you might get gentler style trades, not as volatile, and ones that once they start moving, they can maybe inch up all day long or for a good part of the day, and that's that race, the large cap gainers from the open. So let's take a look at UPXI now. Yeah, look at this now. So it did get back up over $11, and now this to me looks like it's over. Now there's a chance, if it gets back up into this area, maybe the $11 area, and kind of hangs there until the afternoon. There is a chance that if you get the enthusiasm to come back, I mean, look at these volume bars. You get the enthusiasm to come back, maybe pops through the high of the day, and makes that challenge, to that high over here. We won't know though, of course, until it either happens or it doesn't happen. No way, Todd. A new commercial for their disposable cameras for Kodak. Well, listen, if they can bring back turntables, I guess anything is possible. All right, guys. Again, this may not be over. Okay. I mean, listen, if it takes out 11 again, it's high up here. I mean, it could get rocking again. All right. You're making me look at talking about stocks that should not be around anymore. But let's take a look at GameStop, GME. Yeah. I mean, no question. I mean, today, 20 up to 23, or yesterday, I do recall somebody talking about this one yesterday, somebody in the room. Well, the next high is 23. I don't know if the apes have got a hold of this again or not. I really don't know. Almost don't care. So nonsensical. You know what I'm going to do tomorrow? I think I'll put this race up here instead of this one, and for the ones that are really moving, the momentum scan will really pick them out. But now that we're in earnings season, I wouldn't mind having this one up and running because I think it's just going to give you. I hate to use the term easier trades, but they're just not as volatile. It's that simple. I mean, look at SPR. I mean, this at a little bit of a pullback here, and now it's continuing to move. When you look left on a weekly chart, the next high is 33.58, so not quite a dollar to the next high. Vicky, my goodness, a blast from the past. So a couple of things, Vicky. You and I are Canadians. We will not be able to take advantage of the money machine unless Alpaca allows trading in Canada. But as you know, commission-free brokers in Canada are sort of taboo. Okay, so that's the first thing because you're right. You need a commission-free broker. You need a commission-free broker to do this. The concept behind it, I'll use this as the concept behind it, and we send out. You may or may not have got the email. So there are only 100 slots right now. But what's happening right now? So here's the concept behind it. So take a look at this. Now this is not a super active one, but I'm looking at this tree map right here. The theory behind it would be this: it would take BKYI, LIXT, UPXI, the second that these three stocks show up, okay, and we'll have to trade them automatically, okay, auto trade. The second a stock drops out, let's just say UPXI drops out, it would sell it, and then whatever one replaces it, it'll take that trade immediately. Okay, that's why it all has to be auto traded. So right now in view mode, yeah, you can see it working in view mode, and obviously, there's some really excellent days. But what we have to do now is the next step is to be able to put it into our simulator. Okay, so that technically, I don't know what the developers. I don't know what stage they're at right now. But as I said, we've never done anything like this before to basically kind of take a top list and trade the top list. The alert windows have been what to auto trade. So technically, that's what they have to figure out how to do. How do you take these three immediately and then dump one when it gets out, take the next one when it comes in automatically? So that's what they're working on right now, and to get it running in the simulator. Now, if it works in the simulator and it appears that it's making money, then the next step, because as you know, in a simulator, it doesn't take into account slippage. So you're getting the best possible fill, of course, in a simulator, where real world that may not happen. So consequently, the next step will be for the company then to actually trade a live account. Like the company's going to put money into an account and then trade it and see how it works. So this is not going to happen until the new year. I mean, this is this is what are we now? End of October. So I don't anticipate that there'll be any movement on this until sometime in 2025. Okay. I mean, the first step is technically to get them to trade these stocks immediately and then dump one and take the next one immediately. Auto trading. Well, it won't. It's not that the price will lag, but it's like if you were auto trading your own strategy, okay? If you were auto trading, which you can, I mean, the person can auto trade their own strategy. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you're auto trading this, okay? And you get the alert at 109. That's where you get the alert. Oh, but if the stock is moved, to 110 or 111 or 112, because just because you're going to auto trade it, you may not get the fill right there. Okay. It's not so much of a lag, it's just the stock may be moving, really quickly. Well, that's just the so, and that's why, when people were auto trading or back testing, that's why we had the filter, like sort of the offset filter that you could say, okay, if I'm going to auto trade this strategy right here, how far outside of the alert price am I willing to take the trade? Okay, so if I get the alert at 109, how far outside of 109 am I willing to take that trade? A nickel, 4 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents? The offset, that's up to you. But that's what can happen. So, and that would be real world, wouldn't it? So that's why we have to test it with real money to see exactly how it would work. Well, it's not set to anything right now, Vicky. It's not set to anything because it's just total view mode. So I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, I'm waiting myself. Well, no, it could be very realistic. It could be very realistic. I mean, it depends. I mean, some of the moves are unbelievable. So whether you're getting a fill slightly outside of the actual alert price, if it moves 30 or 40 or 50 cents, hey, it won't matter. And so the people who signed up for it, they haven't paid for it, of course, and they want to pay until either they really want it, but until we test it. Now, the issue I'm going to have with it is how many different scenarios can they test it? Okay, I mean, right now this would be a useless one because I mean the same three stocks are almost going to be here for the whole day. Okay, I mean you're going to get some movement, but not much. So if I did something like this to change in 5 minutes, you're going to get different stocks coming in. If you change in 10 minutes, to change in 30 minutes, you're going to get different stocks coming in all day long. Consequently, as one of the emails that went a long time ago, in theory, you could be trading 50 to 70 times a day. Okay, as if it's a very active tree map. Now you can control it, but if you start to control it and it hasn't been tested by us, then we don't know if that'll work. Well, there's nothing we can do in Canada. Nothing. I mean, in theory, we can do it with IB, Interactive Brokers, but you're going to pay half a cent a share commission. So, I mean, it may not matter, but I mean, if you're going to trade, 30 or 40 times a day, obviously the commission is going to add up. But if these stocks are really moving, even then the commission won't matter as much. But it's obviously better to do it with a commission-free broker, which we really don't have in Canada. Um, and trader, so you can't hear. Well, might have to do a refresh. Well, they don't like the payment for order flow. Okay, it's that simple. They've sort of banned it in Canada and they've never allowed it. So that's the reason. It's not because technically, they're not allowed, they can't do it, but the government says, you know what, we don't agree with this payment for order flow. And the other thing too is that in the states, you're going to have probably at least, I would say, fund your account with at least $30,000. Okay, so this is not for there are a lot of people who trade that don't have 30,000 in their account. The reason being, of course, if you're going to be nailed by that pattern, you're in your country with the pattern day trade rule. So I know it's at 25, but what if you lose the first trade? So now you're under 25. Okay, so you're going to have a little bit of a buffer. Well, you shouldn't, Andy. You shouldn't because I mean, interactive brokers is available in Canada, and that's what I use. Yeah, I pay half a cent a share, and I know Questrade. What do they do? They still charge 4.95 per trade, which I guess isn't bad if you're taking a lot of shares. But I've had interactive brokers now for almost 8 years. I think 8 or 9 years. Actually, I think 9 years. Yeah, 9 years. Well, guys, I mean, there is the UPXI, a little bit earlier than I'd like, but there it is. I'm not going to take it right now. One of the reasons I'm not going to take it right now, it's 11:47. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Chris is going to take over for me, but this is not over. I mean, it's absolutely not over yet, UPXI. I was hoping it would rest in this area until the afternoon and then boom, take that out. You can trade, yeah, interactive brokers. You can trade at 4 in the morning Eastern time. IB is great. I mean, I have no problem with IB. I know I had a little glitch this morning, but I think that was user error. But in all the years I've had no occasion to call them. No, well, you can trade at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, and that's when we start getting our data. Our data starts working at 4 a.m. Eastern time, and certainly you can trade IB then too. Always talk Eastern time. Okay, always talk Eastern time. Well, if you've been reading the reports, I mean, now is it the New York Stock Exchange is talking about basically 24-hour trading? I mean, IB, every time I look at IB when I sign on, it talks about, being able to trade basically 23 hours a day now. Yeah, the trade ideas starts working at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Just give me a moment. It's not liking race, so just give me a moment. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this race up here. I'm going to get rid of this race. I'm going to put this race here. Especially if you're new to trading. Okay, Ruben. So I can't quite read it, but it's probably. Are you talking? It's one of my scans. I'm assuming. Okay. So here are the three races that I'm sharing. Okay. Oops. Wrong one. Give me a moment. So Ruben, I'm answering your question. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, click on my homepage link. Okay, and then scroll down until you see the scan section. Excuse me. So now that's not the race that this is the race that I had been displaying up until about a minute ago. This might be the one you're looking for. Okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. I'm now displaying this one, the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, I'm assuming that's what it is. It's hard for me to read it, but if it's the one that you saw that I was displaying, then it's probably this one, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. All right, guys. So Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier, so I better get ready for when he shows up. So let me, first of all, get my announcement in that I'll be on a break. On a break, back around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Okay, ET. All right, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. And then the next step is in the main room. I will put, give me a moment, I will put the YouTube link. Sorry, wrong link. So here's the YouTube link. Okay, so if you want to head over and listen to Chris when he gets there, he should be there momentarily in our YouTube room. Okay, do you get a back rule? Don't know what you mean by that, Nestor. So is Trade Zero available in Canada though? Great Scott. With but Trade Zero, you know what? Yeah, but you know what? It's only unlimited. If you want to go in at market, you know, they kind of trick you there. They kind of trick you there, in my opinion. Because if sometimes, especially in something auto trading, you want to go in at the market or something, you can't get a fill. Well, you can get a fill, but you'll pay commission. So it's not. They don't do it exactly the same way. still don't know what you mean by Nestor. Do I get a back rule when I make some profit? Don't understand what you mean. Sorry. Well, Trade Zero is not just for shorting. No, I mean Trade Zero. They've sort of cut their teeth on shorting along with Centerpoint and Cobra. But no, you can use Trade Zero to do anything. All right, guys. So I'm just waiting now for Chris to show up. And what's going to happen is I'm probably going to reboot Trade Ideas. Okay. Usually do that between 12 and 1. Like to get a new top 10 list started. So, Nestor, I'm still not sure what you mean. Now, when I make a profit and then give it back, are you saying does that ever happen to me? Or not sure I know what you mean. I mean, rarely do I, give it all back, if that's what you mean. I'm very aware of obviously where I got in, and so I'm not sure I know what you mean. Has it ever happened that I make a profit and give it all back? Not lately. And there you are, Chris. One moment, Chris. Okay, guys. So Chris is in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put myself on mute now in our main room. And so now I will introduce Mr. Christopher Varley to the room. A super happy Yankee fan right now. And
yeah.
I was actually going to, I wondered if you were able to get a ticket to the game, but
I considered it, but I'm glad I did not spend all that money on a ticket to go watch them not play very well.
They can't hit. I mean, my goodness. And, it's amazing with Judge. I mean, how it happens.
Yeah, well, Mr. May.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's, what are you going to do?
Well, he's like, if you follow football at all, like Lamar Jackson and for Baltimore. I mean, unbelievable regular seasons, and then not so great in the playoffs. So
I believe I saw a comparison to also some guy from the Cowboys, Prescott. Maybe I don't follow football like I used to. So
yeah, same thing. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Goodness. I was just taking whoever's was making that comparison's word for it. But this reminds me why I kind of stopped paying so much attention to sports, because I don't need my mood dictated by 27 guys playing with or playing a kids game. So anyways, thus is life.
With that, I'll let myself go.
Very good.
I guess we'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you then. Thanks. All right, everybody. So Barry making his way to a break. I bid you all a happy Tuesday. Yeah, so, as I mentioned last week, and maybe Michael had alluded to as well, him and I have swapped for a period here where he'll be doing the Mondays, I'll be doing the Tuesdays. And as per usual, this is an open forum. I don't have any pre-done content, so really let you folks drive this with your questions and needs about software. Of course, if nobody's chiming in for anything or with anything, I'll do my best to keep it entertaining and informative, most importantly, related to the market and trade ideas. But as I say, as like a broken record, I do prefer it when you folks drive the content with your questions. It's a lot more beneficial for you to get out of the software what you need with questions you have. And very often the questions you have are similar or exactly the same as questions other folks have. But of course, if there are none, I will do my best to keep it, like I said, informative and entertaining and moving forward. So with that said, Floor is open. Fire those away for me here. Give it a moment to see what kind of comes in, and if not, we will head another direction. So, all right, nothing coming in for me. Fair enough. So I guess we'll start with my top 10 here on the relative strength from the open race. And AMKR. All right, so even though that had won the last one, we'll skip it because we've got it down here for now. Actually, you know what? Let's not skip it. All right, so this is a good example of why I like relative strength from the open versus from the close. So as my handy dandy drawing tool pops on up, we'll notice that AMKR had a nice gap down, right? It opened here. It had closed here yesterday. It opened here today, traded as high as that, traded as low as that. It's been on a steady recovery ever since. These are kind of tough to take these kinds of trades, but it also followed a bit with the overall market for what that's worth. We bring up a SPY chart. SPY opened here, traded down to here, and closed down there in that first 5 minutes. And it's been on a slow, steady reversal grind ever since. It has gone positive. It's trading up above the VWAP now. And, there's a lot of talk out there about crashing and blah, 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 blah. And those of you that have been here long enough know how I feel about that nonsense. And yes, at some point we will have a bear market. We will sell off. It'll be 20% or more, and so on and so forth, because that's what happens. But that's not happening today. Highly unlikely to happen tomorrow or for the rest of this week. I'm not saying a sell-off that couldn't start this week. What I am saying is we will not enter a bear market this week. And if we do, I think the bear market will be the least of your problems. It will be the cause of the bear market that will be your problem. Would I ever use a trailing stop? No, I would never use a trailing stop. I'm not a trailing stop kind of person. I couldn't say never. I guess, never is an awful long time, but I have never used one. I have no intentions of ever using one at this point. I like hard stops. At this level, I'm wrong. If I think a trade is losing steam, I'm going to take some off the position or all off the position, but I like to be in control of that. I don't want anything else in control of that. So I really don't have an opinion, or I should say I really don't have a tested reason to set a trailing stop at one distance or another from the price action. The only thing I could say is whipsaw, right? The closer you are to that price action, the more subject to whipsaw you are. The further away you are, the more gains you could possibly give away should there be a reversal. There's no way to predict it, so it would be one of those things where, like anything else, I'd point you towards testing things, right, in the simulator and seeing how they work. Create some kind of spreadsheet on the trades and what you took, why you took it, blah, 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 how you set the stops and so on and so forth, and what the results were, and make any adjustments from there, whether it be using the stops, continued a way to improve them, or deciding, what, those don't work, let me stop. Yeah, they appealed to me at the very beginning of learning to trade. I never really used them. And the further I got into this, the less they appealed to me. So that's all I have experience-wise to comment off of them. I'm sure there are people out there that love them. They're going to tell me I'm crazy or I'm wrong or whatever. And, it's all from their perspective of trading and so on and so forth. And I certainly wouldn't tell them any different about their good experience with them. No reason, if you have a system that works, to go messing around with it too much, unless you do believe there's room for improvement, of course. So And if there's more questions, please keep those coming in. Alrighty. So, all right. So yeah, I was going over the AMKR there and the reversal of it and the reversal of the overall market. And I'll save the rest market thoughts for later in this session because I surmise that I'm not going to get a lot of questions from you folks as per usual today. So, all right, let's move on to the rest of the top 10 anyways for now. UAVS. Obviously on a long term here, nothing doing. Some heavy interest in it these days here for whatever reasons. But today, on lighter volume than we saw on those real heavy days, I'm seeing another nice move. However, the details, in the candles here, these big topping shadows, right? And again, that's tough, right? You make an entrance and, based on highs to lows, it looks like it's a good entrance, right? Let's just say, for example, we took the entrance here, right? And yeah, we wobbled around a little bit, had this happen and pull back. All right, that's not so bad. And we get up here and we're in the money We get some nice little boost right there. We give it right back. We get it again and we give it back. Trying to sit through wobbles like that is just so tough. And not that there's easy trades, but this is the harder of the hard ones, I would say, to be involved in something like this. So it's something to keep in mind. I'd also note that on the daily chart, we see some topping shadows like that as well on the daily chart as well. So it seems to be something the stock likes to do. That float is ridiculous. Small, 11, almost 12 million traded on that. So very liquid, good, even, seven relative volume, given what it's already done here. It's still pretty darn hefty, considering that you've got this now in the mix for that ratio here. A lot of times you see a chart like that and something will remain liquid like this, but then the relative volume will come way down because it's relative to all of that plus this. So it's there. It's given up most of those gains. Those have been around long enough. You might guess where I'm going to go with this now, and the fact that it's under pressure from this 8 EMA. Even if it gets back above that, you got to fight 3, then you got to fight the VWAP, then you got to fight probably 325 is right there, 350 is right there in the high of the day. There's a lot of fighting here to be done price action wise. And so for those reasons, I would pass on looking at the stock the rest of the day. Someone else may be looking at it and seeing a different kind of setup or look or something like that. And that's what makes a market. It's not that I'm right. That's just how I'm seeing that chart. So that's what I'm seeing there. What you think of BKYI was way up pre-market. I don't look at the pre-market, so I haven't even heard of the stock. I didn't look at it. We could look at it together. BKYI. Yeah, it doesn't really look like my cup of tea, to be honest. But let's pull up a pre-market chart, or let's add pre-market to this. So yeah, clearly it must have had some kind of news that went on here as it gets that lift off, and here comes heavier volume right here into the open. Couldn't really take out those pre-market highs. I'm guessing it, it took it out, but didn't hold them, and then got rejected off them again there. I'm guessing there was a halt here and there was a halt there. I would be led to believe by that price action on the chart, those things. Again, it looks like it's going to be, again, stocks have personalities a lot of times. So look at this. Topping shadows, topping shadows, topping shadow, and a topping shadow today. So it looks like this thing has a history of doing exactly what it's done. I would surmise that it's all done for the day. That's the end of it. And if it's not, you got to fight with this 125 level. You're going to fight with the VWAP. You're going to fight with 150. You're going to fight with whatever that is right there for that topping shadow. And then you're going to fight with the high of the day / pre-market high. So again, where are you sticking your stop? Way down here to fight here. Where's your entrance and all those things like that. That's just my interpretation of the chart. Whether it's right or wrong, price action will dictate throughout the day. But yeah, I wouldn't have any interest in something. First off, I don't like to trade stocks under $4. I don't even really like to trade stocks under $11, to be honest. So we could start with that. So yeah, and you've been here long enough to know that it would be impossible for me to care less about the news. 100% impossible to care less about the news. I get it. People like the news. They use it. All the power to them. Just not my thing. I don't do news. So yeah, that's all I could say about that. Continue on here. UPXI. So another interesting one here. Again, stocks with personalities here today. Topping shadows. This one hasn't given it up all the way quite yet. But that $10 number looms big. If it gets back under that $10 number, I'd be looking out. I'd be looking real out. But I would say that to the upside, this one provides a little more opportunity. If it could hold this 10 and it could recapture the VWAP, then you're looking at it maybe challenging this 12-ish level again into the high of day. So, the other ones we had like all these spots that were so close. Nothing would have me interested in this stock below the VWAP at this point. Even then, I'm still not, I'm not really interested in the stock, especially at 700,000 in the float. But I could see why people would be interested in it. And it certainly would provide better setups than these here that we first talked about did. So yeah, there's UPXI. Again, very liquid. Lots of all that. Lots of volume and all that. So that's actually moved up to number 2 now. TALK. A little smoother ride overall. Dollar-wise, not as big of a gain as some of the other ones, but let's see. So a minuscule gap up here. Closed here, it opened there. It's probably hard to see on my screen, but all the same, if you were following along, you open that chart, TALK, you'll see it's just a minuscule gap. And it's been a steady climber all day long. Volume as well, right up until topped out. Now, is that the end? We'll tell. It's fighting around that 320 level. See what it can do, and it can hold. Has been on an uptrend on the daily chart for a couple months now. And, what are things I like to do? Well, things I like to do are draw lines, because that's what I like to do. Let's draw a line across here and just take a look at that. I can see where it's going to come right to this area right here. So that's no coincidence. I don't care what anybody says. I'm not a random walk hypothesis fan. And if you are, good on you, but you're in the wrong YouTube channel. I can tell you that right now. It's not an accident. Price has memory. Why does price have memory? Because people have memory. That's why. So if it could get back there, if we got an increase of volume, it could take that out and hold above that. I mean, it's got some good room to go still here. Doesn't seem like an unreasonable move that could happen. We see moves of way more than that. But the one thing looking at this, that is not a small float with 131 million in the float, almost 132 million in the float. So clearly an earnings play, clearly a positive reaction to that earnings play for the moment, clearly in an uptrend. So, two schools of thoughts here for anybody thinking about this stock, looking at this stock. One, obviously it's in play today, and there's some decent if-then scenarios to set up for risk reward here. But two, this has been in an uptrend and now has a positive reaction to earnings today. So you may keep this thumbnailed for a day or two, right? And what if, if we get a couple of days here where we can consolidate and push in and up above that level of 335, whatever it is, it might be something worth taking a look at. I'm not crazy about swing trading lower price stocks like this personally, but there are people that do it. They do well. It might be something to consider. I will not be doing it. I will not be thumb marking this chart. I will not be interested in it past today for the most part, unless it shows up on a scanner again. But that doesn't mean there isn't a viable idea or option here to consider if it was part of your trading plan, or you're trying to formulate a trading plan. You're testing things in the simulator. This could be something to look at and test some kind of risk management scenario in here. Oh, if this does this, I will enter based on this, with that stop loss based on that, with this target based on that, right? That's how we test things. We don't just throw numbers willy-nilly at the wall here. We have a reason why we use those numbers. So, all right, that was TALK. All right, we've slid by some stuff as this is jumbling around. We talked about AMKR. Just for fun, let's, same one, that gap down and reversal. PRCH, let's move on to that. So it had itself a day yesterday, gave it up towards the end, gave some of it up towards the end of yesterday, and closed on a slight uptrend off the lows. Jumped right out at us today and has been in a sell off the rest of the day. I would be surprised if it really did anything else crazy on the day today, especially 79 million in float, so it's not a small float. I mean, there is plenty of volume and plenty of liquidity in this. Interestingly enough, it does have a short float here, but I don't know where people might be short with that from. This thing is not a dynamic mover, take that many months to go from $4 to $1 on selling off consistently. So we can see it's not a dynamic mover whatsoever. And again, now you're under the VWAP. It looks like 220 for some reason is a price, an area price is interested in, traders are interested in. If we draw a line here on this, I guarantee we're going to see it line up. What did I say? We're going to see it line up on the daily chart right there, right? And so here we go, folks. And this can be done on any time frame. We got through it, becomes support, moved up onto it, sold down, has become resistance. Prior support becoming current resistance, right? Got through it and couldn't stay up above it. So there you have it, sports fans. PRCHALLO. Got earnings coming in a day plus. Quick and a fade. Not a small float. Decent liquidity. Decent volume. Big short float here. But, nothing doing here on the daily chart whatsoever. It's stuck down here towards the bottom of this range for a long time. And, it's under $3. Couldn't get up above that. It's under the VWAP, chopping around. We can see that the volume has, become fairly anemic at this point. So, obviously won a few races early on here in these first 15 minutes and hasn't really made any noise since. LTBR. With support and resistance, that's my preferred indicator, I guess let's call it. I don't know if it's an indicator or not. I like support and resistance a lot. And then, these internals afterwards for my day trading anyways, the VWAP and the 8 EMA. When it comes to daily charts, I'm really more support and resistance and volume, and that's it. But, it's not it's not some special thing, but it's a good guideline, and it helps us set up some nice if-then risk-reward scenarios. If we take this level out and we hold it, then I like this entry, and I like this stop based on those items, and it makes for an easier trading plan for me. Still lots and lots of, lots and lots of room for improvement for me, but great Scott. So you go back and, oh, I'm sorry, Scott. I don't know how I missed that. I missed a bunch of stuff. Guys, I'm really sorry. I apologize. Give me a second here. I am so sorry. I don't know how I missed all these. I'm usually much better about this. All right, so what is your rule for selling? So Roman, I hope you're still here. I apologize, Roman, Great Scott, and Rami. I apologize on missing all those. So let me start with Roman up here. My rule for selling, I always reading your emails about swings. Thanks for that. Interested in hearing what your rules are. I don't have any emails for swing trading, so I'm not sure that it's me you're referencing. But my rules for selling, I have a stop. The stop is non-negotiable. Let's just I don't know. Let me find something I traded recently. All right, here we go. Zeta. I had traded Zeta a couple of, fairly certain I quick click Zeta, not that, but okay. So I had traded this, actually traded a few times over the last couple of months, but on my last trading of this, I took a position in this. Oh, man, I don't want to open up the broker right now. Yeah, okay. I took a position in this here on this day. Nope, that's not right. I'm sure that's not right. I took a position in this on this day here. So I took a position here and I was moving around sideways. I stuck a stop down here at 25. That was it. The stop was at 25. There's no negotiating that stop. That is it. And I was looking at this point, get rid of that drawing, going back, I couldn't find any close resistance on this whatsoever. I know it says a lifetime high of 34 here, but I don't know how far back we'd have to go. We'd have to go far enough back that, we don't have that data if we do on the charts. So we're only going back to 2021 with Zeta. It might be something with symbol change. So I thought to myself, we're really kind of in all-time high range at this point on this. And so I'm just going to kind of ride this and based on some whole numbers and decide to take profit. But that $25 number, that was it. There was no negotiating this $25. So I got it. Was it here or here? Maybe it was here. I ran sideways for a few days and we started to creep up. We got this gap up here. And I thought to myself, oh, this might make that real big move for me here. And it didn't. It faded all day long. And I ended up selling it towards the end of the day, near the low of the day. And then it did this. And, I felt good about my exit like that. And then it ended up doing this. But I had no way to predict that was going to happen afterwards, right? And so I decided that I didn't want to let any more money leak away. This is where I still struggle personally exiting on the upside. Hindsight, I should have never let it go beyond probably about halfway down that way during that day. But I did, and it is what it is. But, I find a stop based usually on, for my swing trades, based on some kind of swing low or support resistance area that I see. And that's that. That is non-negotiable. My targets are negotiable in the sense that if I decide, let's just say I decided I had a $35 target on this, right? And we have this happen here. I'm not letting the money go away. I'm not letting this go all the way back down to my entry. That's insanity. I can't make money like that. There are other people that have more patience, larger accounts. They could probably sit out or sit through longer gyrations and hold that. When I've got my money locked up in stocks, I can't do any more trading, right? So it was time to close that trade for that reason. So that's kind of my my 2 cents on that. Those are my rules. My rules are my targets are tentative and my stops are ultimate. There is no negotiating the stop whatsoever, not by a penny, not by a dollar. My stops are my stops. Does the platform have analytics or journaling within the software to track how your trades are performing? No, it doesn't. Sorry. We just have the simulator. That's it. But there's no journaling or anything like that to go back on. Sorry. So, the second gen, you got to watch it right now. That's algorithmic intelligence, not artificial intelligence. The only way to see that right now is on our web dashboard. Right here. And all that is doing is taking any of these tree maps or races, and it's essentially keeping you in, right now it's defaulted to 300 shares for me. It's keeping you in the top 3 stocks at 300 shares apiece. And if one of these falls off, it would technically sell that, picture me with air quotes, and it would bring in the new one that's now replaced it in the top 3 and just continuously rotates like that. But you got to be watching it. It's in a demo view mode right now only. We've got some internal testing that's going to go on for it in simulated trading first. Assuming that goes well, we'll then move it into live tested trading. And assuming that goes well, those premium subscribers that have signed up for the waitlist that opened over a week ago now, they'll get the option for a premium add-on, because it'll be an add-on, to do this in live trading. But we've got a ways to go. We're very hopeful about this. We really believe in it, but we got a little bit to go before we get there on all this. So, but for now, you can attempt to follow it along manually, but there's no automation of this or anything like that. So you're gonna have to be there. I'm gonna say this, and a lot of times I type this response out and I get people sending me hate mail back and wishing me harm, but maybe in a tone like this, it'll convey it a little better. I completely understand the want for an automated system that you go to your regular job and this makes you money while you're at home. At this current time, there is no such system on this planet that exists. We are hopeful that this will be very close to it if and when it goes live. There's still going to be some things you have to set up and legwork to do on your side, more at the beginning, and then it can kind of ride afterwards, assuming that it's all working out. You may have to adjust some things as market conditions change. But at the moment, there is no bot you can buy and plug in and make money. If there was, everybody would do it. The stock market would be easy and we would all be rich. And these are all things that we know are not true right now. The money machine is something a little different than we've tried in the past with some automated stuff. And, it looks very promising. But we're still testing proof of concept right now. And so that's where it lies with that. So as far as the swing trading stuff goes, we've got, there's swing trading like scans. I've got this here, called my evening scan. Now, mostly I look at the scan towards the end of the day or after hours or very early morning. And I go through the charts and look for ideas here that are generated, and geared towards stuff that I'm looking for in the market. I mean, CMK, that's a beautiful looking chart to me right there. And why would I say this is a beautiful chart? Well, this is why. We've got a nice steady trend moving up here. We come out of this consolidation period and we've moved up into this consolidation period. We're banging above this 30. We've got some nice defined levels right now. What do I mean by nice defined levels? This is what I mean. But this is where the legwork of being a trader, and there's no scan that's going to say, hey, take me as a swing trade, right? We create scans based on what we're looking for in the market. Those scans return us ideas. Some are better than others, obviously. And then we start to formulate plans on some of these charts. We mark them, whatever kind of watch list or something you want to do, and follow along until they give us an actionable signal based on our trading plan. So for me on this one here, I'm looking at this level here, resistance, now it's support, right? It's resisting this 30. If we can get a bump above this 30, right, I'm really interested in that. And I could play it off a stop down at this level here. And, 45 is the lifetime high according to this. Let's take a look here on a weekly chart. And man, if we're going back to 2022, we're not even finding resistance at that point. We got to go, look at that. Is everybody paying attention right now? I drew this line here without knowing whatsoever that this was going to happen here. That's back in 2021. Ain't that something? That's not a coincidence, folks. I promise you that is not a coincidence. So there's something with this area here. Below this area, I would believe I was wrong. I take the stop out and move on. So it's what's that, around 28, give or take. And so I'd be risking $2 to make. And we didn't even get back to where the next high is, right? So, and we got to we'll climb this mountain a little bit. So $2 to make somewhere around $5 I'd be risking, give or take. Now that would be a tentative target up here though. So this kind of ties back into that earlier question about, my rules and selling and all those things like that. That would be a tentative target. If we got up, let's just say for argument's sake, I got the stock at 30.60, right? $30.60 by the time I decided it was time to get into it, right? And I stick my stop at 28. So now I'm risking $2.60, right? And I've got $2.40 to that 35 level, 36, we'll call it up here. I've got $3.40, give or take, to that. If we get up to let's say $32, $33, whatever it is, one of those, we're fighting around that area for days, and the market isn't giving me a sign that it's ready to move on and forward, and the market's chopping around and this is chopping around, I'm likely going to take some of that profit off. For example, if we've got 100 shares, there's a good chance I'm going to take 25, 30, 40 shares off that and see if we can let the rest ride. If we start to sell off anymore, I'm closing the trade. I'm not letting that get down to break even. I'm not handing all that money back to the market, right? And if the trade presents itself another opportunity up in this level, I might revisit it in a day or three. But, that's what I do with my swing trading. That's how swing trading works. Now, to this specific scan, what I've done with this scan to find things that I like is I told it, scan, please find me stocks that are above $11, trade at least 750,000 shares on the day with a relative volume of 1. They're 75% above the low of the 20-day range, and they're 75% above the low of today's range. So I'm trying to find the stocks that could possibly be breaking out over 20 days or have broken out over 20 days and that are closing strong today, so I can try to ride both those momentums. Now, if we're, in a choppy or downwards kind of chopping sideways market, this isn't going to probably produce the ideas that I'm so crazy about as much as when we're kind of trending and moving up. The trend is our friend. I'm a trend trader. I don't want to overcomplicate things. That's how that works for me. So that's what I'm doing there. And if someone is so interested in that scan, of course, I am happy to share it. File load from cloud, my evening scan, share, copy, paste. So tie this all in for you there, Rami. If you cannot watch the market at this point in time, swing trading is going to be what you want to leverage. You want to figure out what do you want to find in swing trading. Are you looking for breakouts? Breakouts on what? Price ranges? Are there volume metrics that matter to you? Is there an indicator? The distance from that indicator, does that have an influence on the trade, on your entry? These are all part of the trading plan part. Scan's going to give you some ideas, and you got to have the trading plan part to take care of it from there. So, okay, we went through that. Andy swing picks email. Yeah, I can't comment on what Andy's doing. I'm sorry. He'll be here Friday doing the support session. So I would check in on Friday with him at noon Eastern, and he can give you a little more on that. SPY weekly, drop below, trend today, daily note. So, okay. I think I got everybody's questions now. If I'm somehow still missing one, I'm scrolling back to make sure. Please let me know if I missed something. Please let me know. Also, if you need more from me on any of the things that I just went over, just give me some more details of what you were looking for so I can do my best on those. But that was fantastic. I appreciate those things coming in here. Like I said, that's what I prefer is when you folks are driving that content. Much better for everybody, much better for you folks getting what you're really looking for, number one. Also, like I said before, I'll bet there was someone listening that found some of that informative and may not have even known that they would have liked to have heard some of that commentary. Probably others that didn't care, but that's, again, what makes a market. All right, so I guess I'll go back to the top 10, but please throw some stuff in here if you've got them. We did this. I think we did LBTR, right? Yep. We did not do LBTR. I apologize. So again, looking at this here, takes a move up, back down. Look at that. Price has memory, folks. There's nothing random about this stuff. Boing. Now, there's no way to know that it was going to do that, right? But there's an if-then scenario set up there. $10. It was a challenge again yesterday, as it was in the past. Got through it today. Not going to be an easy trader. We talked about this before, these topping shadows and so on and so forth. And these are some, very large percent moves up and down, back and forth, for a lower price stock or on the lower end of stock prices. Pretty sizable dollar moves at that as well. So, but LTBR, is the ride over yet? Hard to say. But $11 there. I'm stuck in this range for the moment right now. See what it goes, but if it's something you're interested in, I'd certainly be thumb marking it, setting a price alert, something to that effect. We got to go back all the way to March of 2022 to find some resistance here on the weekly chart. So it's only resistance right now is its intraday resistance. Up until $12 will be resistance, and then it was $12 and change back in March of 2022. So I don't think it's likely that it just blows right through $12 and never looks at it again. Could it happen? Sure, why not? We've seen it happen many times, but that I would say that's not what I would expect personally. So there's that LBTR or LTBR, excuse me, NXL. And again, anybody has questions, throw those in here for me. Smaller float stock, pretty small. Under 10 million, got 9 million there. Again, decent liquidity. Volume as well. I do notice all these topping shadows on the weekly charts. Let's see what that looks like on the daily chart, though. Yeah, same kind of thing. A number of them here. Got a few up in here. I mean, it's worth noting that it's been trending up. Volume has come in. A little fade on that volume. $3 obviously going to be a challenge. Intraday wise, topping and bottoming shadows. So, holds above this 260 level. This kind of wedge happening here. I should say descending triangle. It might be something to look at. Could pin itself in and fade as well. But if it's something that you've got thumbnailed for a reason, I couldn't blame you. It hasn't sold off to this point. And the only replay function is on the races. So like here, let me duplicate this. Duplicating the free floating window. So I can click this and replay today, run it from 9:30. That would be the only replay. I mean, you can look at history and alert windows. Top lists have history. I'm not crazy about how the top list history works because top lists update in real time, but there's no event to timestamp when something did something. It just gives you 5-minute windows with some data in it. So there's no way to know when that was happening within the 5-minute bracket. You just know that it was on the scan in that 5-minute bracket. But this is it for replay right here on the races. You'd stop the race and press the replay button here. Actually, can you do it while it's... Yeah, you can. You don't have to stop it. Sorry. You can just hit the replay button. You don't even have to stop the race. And that's it. It'll replay the race. And it takes 6.5 minutes to do the whole race on that replay. That would be it for replay function. There's no way to replay the day and practice trade the day. Not with our software anyways. Yeah, what you really need to do is kind of come up with your own trading and build a scan based on that. is the order that I would do things. I wouldn't build the scan without knowing what you need to know what you're looking for before building the scan. And you need to know what you want to do with what you're looking for as well. And if you know what you're looking for, you could build the scan first, right? And I don't, when I say know what you're looking for, not just, stocks that are moving up, but you want to add a little more to that, assuming you're going to the long side, not the downside. Obviously, if it was to the downside, it'd be stocks trending down, right? If you're looking at short swings, I don't think you are, but just in case you were. But either way, you'd set this, you'd set a scan up, define the trend direction that you're looking for and some other items that are going to be in there. Whether you want to be using RSI as part of that, Bollinger Bands as part of that, an SMA, so on and so forth. For swing trading, I prefer topless. I don't need this time-stamped alert for the from the alert windows for the swing trading stuff. I prefer that more for my day trading, but I like the races for the day trading. So in the topless configure, if we come into the search, we could look for anything, position and range. I could type, that would be PLS-ITION. There we go. There we go. Just want to widen this out so we get a really broad view of this here. And so on the longer term stuff, we've got these, obviously, those Bollinger Bands that you wanted to somehow implement in there. You may consider the 60. Daily would likely be something you'd be looking at as well. RSI, again, if that was something you were interested in. Just got the, did not mean to hit that button. There we go. We got the daily RSI here for you. That was something you were considering. SMAs. Got a lot of SMAs. Got your 200s here. You got your 50s, 20s, and 10s on, those are all dailies. Got an 8 on the daily. We got a bunch of intraday ones here. Probably less likely to look at those for swing trading, but they exist anyways. Yeah, so those are those. And then there's something else that just popped in my head. And we do have the range filters on some days. I don't know if that's something that might be of interest to you. Oh, VWAP, the distance from the VWAP. And then so we've got distance from VWAP. This is the distance from VWAP. These just give you the actual VWAP. Now, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, what that means is VWAP 1 is today's, from today. This is anchored from yesterday. This is anchored from the day before yesterday. This is anchored from 3 days ago. This is anchored from 4 days ago. And so, you may consider something like this that you don't want to be too far extended from 5 days up, or maybe you like things that are extended and you want to see if you can get more of that extension. These are all things that are possible in any scenario, in many scenarios, I should say, not any scenario, but many scenarios. What do I recommend? You got to have a trading plan. You have to have a reason why you got in the stock, right? You have to have a logical reason why you got in the stock to start with. Then you have to have a logical reason for a stop, right? It's not, I'll just take 240 because that looks like a whole number and it's good. It's because maybe you could say it's because a rounded number and it looks like there had been some trouble here before. So if it falls another 20 cents and I don't want to lose another 20 cents. And then you have to have a target to the upside and why that is the target, right? And as I said before, my stops are non-negotiable. That's it. My stop, that's it. Stop is a stop. But there's no, outside of something telling you exactly when to buy and sell, both downside and upside, that's a financial advisor. There is Holly that'll give you, if you want to trade any of the Holly alerts, it'll give you a stop price. There's no target on it. It's just a time stop for the end of the day with these. although we do track the ones that go on to be multiple day winners in the long-term Holly. But there's no predicting these things. Again, it's, price and trend and volume and a trading plan, and saying, well, this thing is breaking out over a couple of days, it could continue to run. And that would be, similar with any scan, with the exception of that, at least Holly's got a suggested stop anyways. But that's the trading plan part of all this. This data here is what we're supplying, and how to create things with, like I said, got to be 500 different data points, and then how to leverage those. That's the legwork of the trader. It's not easy. If it was easy, I'd have been successfully trading a long time ago. I still have my struggles many years into it, but enough years anyways. I'm not in my first few years, not even my first several years. So got a lot of room for improvement myself. But that's what you have to do here. And when you get into a trade, you should have the time frame in mind. If you get in something and it's a day trade, right? It should be a day trade. It really shouldn't be turning into a swing trade. Now, you could get into something as a swing trade, and I do this often, and then all of a sudden it makes this like massive move during the day and gets at or near my target. I'm likely going to take a large portion off that trade that day. Regardless that I was waiting going to wait a few days to see if it could get to that target. I have to take, again, I like 100 lot shares, let's say. I might have to take 60, 70 shares and sell those up near that target if it gets there on that first day. I can't look that gift horse in the mouth. And then it satisfies two needs, right? Or two emotions. Fear is, all right, I'm up here and I don't want to lose it. I'm afraid of losing it. So I sold a bunch here. Greed is, well, what if it keeps going? Well, guess what? If it reverses, I've locked in a good amount of profits, and I can get out the rest of it before we get back down to break even or a loss. If it keeps going, I still got a portion of it to keep going with it, right? And so there are many algorithmic traders out there that hate everything I just said, and they have the math to prove why I'm wrong. The problem is there are very few algorithmic traders out there, and the average person is not going to be a quant and do that kind of legwork on a trading plan and mechanically do that. For those that do that, all the power to you. I'm not one of them. So for people like me, satisfying both of those emotions is important. And this way, I don't have the FOMO of what if it goes without me, and I don't have the fear of what if it reverses and I lose all my money. I'll live somewhere in the middle, and that's fine. I can live with myself like that. And perhaps one day I'll change things, but today is not that day. So hopefully that makes sense. And of course, if you have other questions on the filters that we have, data points that we have, so on and so forth, fire those in, and we'll do our best to, I'm trying to create a scan to do XYZ, ABC, 1, 2, 3, whatever it happens to be. We of course do our best to either point you in a direction of the filters and or alert combinations that will help get you there. We could even, help build a template for it too, of course, and send over a cloud link to that if you have something that you're looking at. And can the software do everything? No, it can't do everything, but we got a lot of filters in here when it comes to data points. I mean, it's a good amount of filters. Not everything applies, and you don't need to know every one of these, of course. I don't think anybody uses all of them. Certainly nobody uses all the software. It's a very vast platform for different types of traders of all walks and time frames. So again, I've got a few minutes left before Barry comes back to take over. So if you got other questions, don't be shy, get those on in. LAC, that rounds up the top 10. Usually I'm done with the top 10 by like 12.15, 12.20. You guys are keeping me busy. I love this. I love this. So it's interesting. All right, LAC. Bigger the base, the bigger the boom. Shot up through. Volume got it going. Volume dipped. Volume came back. Price dipped. Price came back. One thing that will help you, that helped me start drawing lines, have some kind of reason why you want to draw the line, a whole number, a high of a day, right? High of another day. Consider those things for drawing lines. And then look, does price touch it just once over 3 years? Might not be so significant. Is price touching it 10 times over 3 years? Going to be more significant, right? So let's draw a line here at high of the day, give or take a penny. Let's go back here into a weekly chart. And I think, again, no coincidence when we're touching on a weekly chart like this, as we got the sell-off, banged on it down here. It was supporting it, couldn't support it, poked back through it, but it didn't hold it, so it became resistance, and it's become resistance again today. That is significant. We're looking at it a weekly chart, not a daily chart. If we go back to a daily chart, I just don't know if we can squeeze all that data on a daily chart. That's why I went to a weekly. Yeah, we got it on here. So, look how much it's, trolling that line as it comes down here, comes through it and back above it. So, but as far as it goes for the day, there's not a small float, 214 million in that float. 35 million shares traded. That is very liquid. 6.52 relative volume. That is kicking in high gear, especially given all the volume that it had done back here. And, I'd say it's not a generally light volume stock. I think it's a very liquid stock. It's probably trading a few million shares a day on average for, I'd be comfortable saying going all the way back to here or beyond. I bet this is somewhere in the 2-3 million shares traded relative, through all this here. Take out the big anomaly days is what I'm saying. So just pointing out it's a very liquid stock. If, could get above this level, might start challenging these higher levels here. Decent sized short float on it. Concerning it about intraday here, that 475 level. I feel like that's always important. Those 25-cent numbers underneath $5, I feel like are significant. But if it could maintain that, it's got $5 on the high of the day to battle. I could see someone wanting to play it, an entry above, this level here and playing it maybe a stop there and trying to ride it through. Would I do that? No, I wouldn't. It's, not a great risk reward as far as I'm concerned, but I think I have a really large preference to a 2-to-1 risk reward. I want to be potentially making $2 to every $1 I'm risking. And again, this is tentative. That's a solid, So again, a couple of minutes before Barry returns from his break. Make sure if you've got a question for me, get it in. Of course, I'll be back next Tuesday, I think. Yeah, I'll be back next Tuesday. And just kind of looking at some of these here. ASPI, did we talk about that? I don't feel like we talked about ASPI. This must have just won a bunch of races since we were doing this and creeped up the board. I don't remember discussing ASPI. This is interesting here. It was doing absolutely nothing, and then some volume came into it. Moved up a solid 50 cents and moved up another 30 plus cents since then. That's interesting. Liquidity, volume, all decent there to say the least. You can see it's stolen out around that 580 level. Any other suggestions? Don't overcomplicate it. You don't need 500 indicators. I mean, unless you create a system that involves, a ton of indicators. If you have a true and tried system, obviously that's using a lot of indicators. Clearly, it's working and use it. But if you are still building into something, you're still working on something, still testing something, I wouldn't overcomplicate it. Adding, for example, when I was first learning to trade, I had a 10 SMA, a 20 SMA, a 50 SMA, a 200 SMA, and a 100 SMA. And I put them on all time frames. I had daily chart, 15-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, and a 3-minute chart. I was always looking at. I had all those SMAs on all those charts. And I was like, I couldn't even see price action. I couldn't, all of a sudden, like, my focus became these things, and like, well, which one am I using right now and why? And I couldn't decipher any of those things, and it was too much for me to utilize. I couldn't use it for anything. So I would say, pick an SMA, pick an RSI, look at those for a little bit, see how they maybe interact with each other, then swap them for maybe a different SMA and a different RSI. Or maybe keep the SMA and try a different RSI, or keep the RSI and try a different SMA and see how they play off of each other. And if you believe you need something else, the thing to keep in mind is that the longer the period on the SMA, the less reactive it is to price. The shorter it is, the more reactive to price. It's neither good nor bad. To baseball analogy, it's like, someone who's a pull hitter versus someone who's a spray hitter. It's not necessarily good or bad. It just is. The good with a faster moving SMA is it may get you into a position quicker or out of a position quicker. And both those things could also be bad, because if you get in the position quicker and it moves in a positive direction for you, great. But if it gets you in the position quicker and it reverses quickly on you, that was bad. And if it starts to sell off and you sell based on the quicker moving SMA and it keeps moving down, well, awesome. But if it bounces and you sold too soon, that's bad. And the reverse on the slower moving averages, if you're taking longer to get in the trade, the move could happen while you're waiting, and vice versa. If you're using it to get out of the trade, you're waiting for that SMA to catch up or whatever it happens to be, you could be handing back too much profits on it. There's no magic number on any of these things. Everything lags price. The only indicator that's in real time is price. I guess volume too is in real time, but all indicators are made of price and volume. That's what they are at their core, and then break them into their mathematical equations, whether it be an SMA, an EMA, or so on and so forth. So testing these things, and one of the things I would say is, think about your personality. People that tend to have, they make slower moving decisions. They want to let things set up and come to them. You may consider something more towards the larger periods of the SMAs. People that real fast, they just can't sit and wait and they've got to be moving all the time. Shorter period SMA may be for you. You may find yourself somewhere laying in the middle of all those things. But I think, well, let me rephrase this. I know for me, probably one of the hardest things for me was figuring out what kind of trader I was and realizing I wasn't going to be the trader that I wanted to be. I wanted to catch low floats and, let's get 1,000 shares of this thing. And it's, a 1 million float and it's going to move $1 for me. And I'm going to get 10 of those a week. And I'm going to make $10,000 a week getting these low floats like that. And it's just not my personality. That's not me. I like to go for nice long walks. When I run, I run distance in marathons. I'm not a sprinter. It's not my personality, and so I don't do well with stuff like that. Right, Barry?
I was going to say, sign me up for that scan.
Yes.
10,000 a week, I'll do it.
Yes, absolutely.
But that is a problem. You're right though, because especially when people, unfortunately, they see things on the internet. Some guy, I turned $5,000 into $10 million in a month, and so can you, and stuff like that, which is just a bunch of hooey. And that's the problem. That really is a problem. And I caught late what you were talking about, but I'm sure you have said trading is not easy. It takes. Yes. It takes time. It takes work, but it's smart work also. I use my analogy when I used to golf a lot, and I see a guy on a driving range and not a very good golfer. He's out there for 4 hours doing the wrong thing for 4 hours. So he said, "Yeah, but I worked for 4 hours." Well, it doesn't matter. You did the
Yeah.
wrong thing for 4 hours. You haven't improved, and so it can be the same. And the other thing about personality, very, very true, very, very true. I
Yeah.
mean, you've got to understand, as you said, I even though I do what I do, I'm really not a big risk taker. Even though I took a massive risk, I suppose, on the crazy one this morning, but I'm not a big risk taker. I'm very conservative in the way I trade. Others, though, I'm just gonna, they, as you said before, looking at low float stocks, take a lot of shares and hope.
Yeah.
I've never done that. I have never done that.
I made some mistakes, what I would consider large share lots on low floats for me when I was first starting out. And sometimes you got to touch the hot stove a few times to learn. And it just it did not feel good when I realized that I could not trade like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to not deny it and everything else, but it was what it was. And I'm certainly better off for learning that sooner than later before I lost all my money and wasn't here to be talking to you all.
Exactly. Let's see now. Are there any other questions that you want to answer? Can we program TI to send an alert whenever a specific stock will go a certain percentage away from an SMA? Well, not an alert, but you can answer that. It's more of a filter.
We have distance from SMA filters. So if you come in here and we come to a configure and we search SMAs, and why are you trying to launch? All right. And let's just say the 200 SMA and we add that filter. Well, then we can say, all right, I want to see stocks that are at least 2% above it. And you can use the show me function here, this little magnifying glass, and it'll update in real time. So for example, if I said I want it in between 2 and 4 or 2 and 10%, now it tells me, show me where the price is between 2 and 10%. We don't have an alert for it, but the filter will turn, if you do this on a top list, it will return you all the stocks that meet the criteria of the full set of filters you use. So if you only use that filter, those are the stocks that will be returned. If you give it price and volume and so on and so forth, it'll narrow that universe of stocks down to those items that you've asked it to.
All right, here, golf applause for you on that one. So I'll take over now.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you for my for letting me take an hour off. So we'll see you next Tuesday, Chris.
Sounds good. Take care, everybody.
Okay,
we'll see you then.
Bye. All right, guys, give me one moment as I get my music going again. All right. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And I have replaced this is the large cap gainers from the open. Okay. I think I'm going to run with this one for a while. I already have, like, if we want to find stocks that are going crazy, this one down here, this little ticker down here. And then, of course, this one right here, the momentum scan. These will show me stocks that are going crazy. These are going to be more gentle. I mean, that's all I like to phrase it like that. They're going to be more gentle, less volatile, but certainly I think, really we can easily watch these sort of stocks also. The top 10 list that is built. Remember I was talking about SPR earlier? So you see how SPR has been trading. Do you see any giant bars? I'm not saying you can never see a giant bar, but you see how it's a lot. You're just not going to see some volatile action typically in this one right here. Okay. And that's because I've added a large cap or a 500 million market cap, which a lot of people would say, well, that's not large. Well, it's certainly larger than the other one that we have running, okay, which really did not have any cap filter at all. And then even the float, 50 million in the float. No, I'm not going to put it back. You can have it, Andy. I'm not going to put it back. I'm sorry. I don't know if you're kidding or not. Okay. Meanwhile, unbelievable spy action. Well, not unbelievable, but I mean, the spy action today, I mean, at the very beginning of the day, looked like, okay, they were going to finally have a bit more of a down day. But remember, at 10 o'clock, we had a couple of numbers that came out right there. You can see right there at 10 o'clock, we had some numbers that come out, economic numbers, and the market liked them. I mean, it's that simple. The market liked them. And at 1 o'clock, we had that bond auction. So I don't know. I know, William, you follow it. I don't know what they said, but the market obviously didn't get killed because of the bond action. Also, yeah, I mean it's amazing. Just when you think eventually it's going to start to slide, but nope, not yet. Anyway, take a look at the SPY in a weekly. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's just hanging in here. So here's Tapestry, guys. So this is interesting. Okay, so the big pop was because the whatever department looks after this stuff said no go basically to they want to take over Capri CPRI, and they said no go. Well, shareholders of Tapestry probably didn't like the fact they were trying to buy them, and so they applauded that. And look at CPRI. Look what happened on that day, of course, that day. Now, up here, it's flatlining because, the deal looked like it was going to get done. But then, again, the Department of, who is it? Not not Justice, but Trade Commission. I don't know. Anyway, one of your departments said, you know what? We don't like that merger or buyout. And so basically cut the stock in half. But now look at Tapestry now, TPR. It is starting to drift down. So you can kind of see if it took out this low here, 48.47, that could get it running down again. Meanwhile, Hoth, I do see Hoth. Yes, Hoth. So this was a halt, a resumption, halted at 107, resumed at 118, and got up to 134. Look at INSEE, guys. Another earnings play, okay? INCY. Kind of basing a little bit, little pullback, and then boom, look at this. Look at the volume that's coming into INSEE right now. INCY. This is an earnings play. Year high, of course. Yeah, sort of. The 200-day moving average is what? 971. Okay, so that's what draw is saying. So we had a base now for UPXI, and then the 200-day moving average is just a little bit above that right now. A nickel above. So if it takes that out, I mean, yeah, it's possible. The it's sort of right now. If it does take it out, it will be stuck between the VWAP and the 200-day. So I don't know what you mean by. I took some AI recommendations this morning. It looks like they're moving in the wrong direction and they do something wrong. No, I mean, how you trade them is going to be up to you. Okay, I mean, I'm not sure which ones you took. If okay, so first of all, I don't see buy on there. I don't see. ONON there either. I see Sophie and I see SWK, but today I do not see Bion or ONON. These are the ones I see today. So I'm not sure where you got those other ones from, unless they were on the long term one. But I mean, you can't when you get into a trade. I mean, it may go against you. It doesn't mean you did anything wrong. So I'm assuming that the Bion and the other one must have been from our long term, Holly. Maybe. So this one's got about $2, guys, to the next high in the weekly chart. That is IoT. It's not an earnings play. Let's see what it's doing. I can see the volume, relative volume should be higher. Meanwhile, man, oh man, Bitcoin up $3,000 now, $3,100 or so. So how's that IBIT doing? I better get a monthly chart up. Very close. I mean, this looks like. I know you said 73,000 or something was the all-time high, William. You think? So I have here 41.99 using this ETF as the high. So that would make sense because we're at 41.43 right now. So we're about 50 cents lower on using the ETF and about, I don't know, $1,000, 73,800. Yeah. So about $1,000 underneath the all-time high for Bitcoin. So I'm glad for Steve because it is not simple, to try to come up with something that could be the trade of the week. And this worked out really, really well. Remember, the trigger was 39. So you're up. If you took it around the 39, you're up about 250 now. Speaking of Bitcoin, BTCT. No, saw this one yesterday. Here it is again. I don't think I ever saw this one until yesterday. LGO, great day. Came from $2, got up to 245. Above yesterday's high now, LGO. The next high on a monthly chart is maybe a little too close, about 14 cents away. So a little too close, unfortunately, on a monthly chart. Aha, so that red line on the chart, that indicates the next high on a daily chart. If I expanded this daily chart out, you would see there's a high right up here at around 1250 or so. 1247. So getting closer and closer for LTBR to hit that high. So, Reuven, I wasn't trying to, dismiss what you said. I just want to make sure you understand what I was saying. Regarding those AIs that you took. I have to admit, the Sophie was a really strange one. Okay, this is an earnings play, SOFI, and it had a great move in the pre-market, great move, and then it went negative. It's still negative. It's still negative. A big, big drop. The high was almost 12, and it got down to about 970. So that was a big, big drop. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? 1:15. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today and show you the scans that I'm currently sharing, as well as some other information. All right. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see at the very top. Here's how you can take out a subscription. You will get 25% off using my code Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So, as always, my recommendation, if you want to try us out, you can try us out for a month. You don't like it? Well, no, just tell us you don't like it anymore and we won't bill you. But if you do like it and you wanted to take out an annual, and the only reason to taking it an annual is obviously your per month cost is less. You got to come up with the money up front, but your per month cost is less. So if you got the cash hanging around and you really like this program, that's what you would do. But listen, many people just go month to month, and that's fine. But there's a good opportunity to just try us out. And again, you're not signing a contract on the month to month basis. If you do take it, and also please use my code, whatever code it is. Right now, it's 25% off. Sometimes it's 15. Sometimes it's something else. So whatever it is, go to my homepage, use my code. That really helps to keep the room free. Okay. And the getting started, as always, software program. So learning curve, which what we try to do here, 10 short videos to get you started. First one, to download and install. First startup and login. Scroll down a bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. New to trading? Well, we've got something for you too. Trading 101. Free, a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week. We just talked about it. The trade of the week this week is iBit and has worked extremely well. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. And then now here are my scans. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit and then you'll come to the scan section. So this is the race I'm showing now, the large cap gainers instead of the, this doesn't have a large cap. It doesn't have a cap or a float filter in here. So that's why this is a lot more active. But you know what? This is still a very, very, very nice list of stocks that you can watch all day long. Okay. Because it makes a great watch list. Now, my 10-day daily breakout, not, I'd have to go back in time to see what actually happened. I can't really say that it was stellar today, but I'll have to go back in time. This is the right there, the don't repeat version. If you want the repeating version, then you just pick this. What's the difference? Well, this is the difference. I promise I'll show you the difference. Here we are. So this is the difference. Now this is not the 10-day daily breakout. Obviously, my momentum scan. But look what happens when a stock makes a new high and it makes another one and another one. You're going to see the same symbol over and over and over and over again. Okay, that's the typical. That's a default way of using our scans. But what I did was I said, I don't want to see it. All I want to see is the very first time we had the alert. I want to know the time, of course. I want to know the price, and that's it. Then I can go back and say, okay, what happened from there? Okay, so that's why. But this version right there, the 10-day daily breakout, this would look more like this. Okay, you'll get alerts, and then you'll get every time the stock made a new high, you'll see the symbol over and over again. So it's up to you, really. And then we've got the relative strength leaders right here. And we've got the House resumes right over here. And then this one, the upside movers versus downside movers right here. And basically what this does, this takes two scans and runs them off against each other. Okay. It'd be as if I have a momentum scan, this momentum scan. In fact, I'll show you how easy it is. Let's say right now, this is a momentum scan for stocks moving higher on momentum. But what if you wanted to see stocks moving lower on momentum? Okay. Sort of the opposite of this scan. Well, you could create the scan from scratch, or you could do something like this. So first of all, I'm going to duplicate this scan. Okay. Now this is what the scan is looking for. So it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100, etc. Okay. What can be flipped, you'll see we have a little flip function here. What can be flipped will flip. So what can be flipped? Well, you can flip new high to new low, but you can't flip a price range or this current volume or anything here. But you can flip this. Instead of the stock being up at least 2%, we want to have it down at least 2%. Okay. So watch. I click flip. See, new high to new low and down at least 2%. Now I can call this, if I want, I can call this Momo down. Okay, now say okay. And the reason I duplicated it is because I still want this one, right? I don't want to overwrite with these new filters and the new alert. So I still want this one. So that's why I duplicate it first. So let's just see what happens. So there's YYAI. Now, notice it says 118. That is the last time. If I'd had this scan up and running right from the beginning, that would have been the last alert. I mean, I know it's 123 right now. So since 118 and YYAI, there has been no stocks that have met all the requirements. Okay, but I'll tuck that one away. Probably not a bad one to have when the market is getting hammered. Wow, LTBR, did it take out that? Let me just see if it took that out. And it's right at that high, guys. Right at that daily high right now. And you could see this if I don't even know when that is. It's not last week or the week before. It's some month, like way back. Can't even see the month. I'd have to keep scrolling back. Wow, a long time ago. There it is. Maybe no, not even then. There it is. That month right here. So when is this? This is November of 2021. So basically 4 years ago. So the big difference between TI Basic and Premium, question in our room, Rui, is the AI. That's the big difference. I mean, there are some other differences, but I mean, the main reason people want to have take our premium service is they want to have access to the AI. This is kind of what it looks like. You get the alerts, they come in, you have a stop. How you trade them, though, and if you trade them is up to you, but that is the big difference, okay? There are some other differences, but I mean, you can have 20 charts instead of 10 charts. And the other major difference, but most of our customers don't do this, but if you are into back testing, okay, then you maybe have a strategy and you want to back test it to see how well it works. You can do that. Yeah, well, I would say this, Sandy. I mean, the AI typically is just using the low of the day as a stop. I mean, I don't know 100%, but I'm looking at LTBR. That's the low of the day. Nothing magical. I'll be honest with you. Nothing magical. Yeah, it's just using the low of the day as a stop. I'm just looking at WGS, LTBR. Well, there's no way of knowing really. So the question is, how many shares weekly on average does the money machine process? Right now, it doesn't. All it's doing, you're in view mode. Okay. Now you'd have to. I have no idea. Okay, I'll say right off the bat, I have no idea. The thing is it can take anywhere from 50 to 70 trades a day. Okay, depending on how active the race is or the tree map is. So I could not tell you that. The bottom line is this: it's in three trades, always at the same time. Okay, that could be. It could be 600K, but remember, that I don't know how many trades that was. It's not all at the same time, obviously, because it's taking the top three, getting into them immediately, and then when one drops out, it sells that one. Or actually, well, I guess when one takes over as being in the top three, then the third one drops out. It sells it, buys that one that comes in. So, but I believe it's only committing $5,000 per trade. So it's really not a matter of how many shares it takes. I think it's $5,000 a trade. So at any one time, you're only in 15,000. You're only committing $15,000. I don't think it's 10,000 a trade. I may be wrong, but because what you're saying, yeah, it's five. Yeah, thank you. It's five. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, if you're doing both shorts and long, yes, yes. The problem with the shorts, okay, this is going to be the problem. Unless you've, well, I can't speak for Alpaca. Okay, I really can't. I don't know what their reputation is for having shorts. Okay, but a lot of brokers won't have shorts available for everything. Okay, so Pepe says it's $5,000 dollars by default, but you can change it. All right. Okay. I mean, I'll be really. I mean, again, because I'm in Canada, I won't. I will not be able to take advantage of it because alpaca is not in Canada. But I will be interested to see how it works on in the simulator because that's the next step. Well, that's a good question, Vicky. Well, I guess so because I mean, it's going to show in your broker's account, but that's not the idea of it, of course. So I mean, you once it's in your broker's account, of course, you can do anything you want with it. So I guess you can get out of the trade whenever you want. Well, I understand. I understand. But you see, it's designed for not you. It's designed for people who just want to turn the thing on in the morning and count their money in the afternoon. They don't want to do anything. But you're right. I mean, if I were doing it, for sure, I'd be eyeballing. Let me see if I can even bring it up. My problem with bringing it up is it really slows down my machine to have that up as well as the app. So let me see if I can even bring it up without it really slowing down my machine. So this is the one you were talking about, right? The short and the long. Okay. So you're going to hear a whine, guys, in my machine. Okay. Let's see if it settles down a little bit. Let's see what. So now remember, all of this starts when you load it. Okay. So if you had it loaded from 9:30, this is going to look a lot different. Now this is the race view of it. So you can see, I mean, this, in a race, biggest gainers. I don't know what no, I'm not going to be able to see what it's based on, I guess. Not yet, SK. I'm told that it's imminent, but I mean, again, imminent could mean tomorrow or 2 months from now. The only reason I can do this because I have two accounts. Okay, that's why I can do this, show this because I've got two accounts. This is live data. For you guys, unless you have two accounts, you have to toggle back and forth if you have between the desktop and this. And I guess is it in my settings? Is that where? So to be honest, I really haven't paid that much attention to it, guys, because until we can actually test it, at least in the simulator. Yeah, I really haven't looked at this for a long, long time. And you see what happens. Yeah, the minute you leave it, even I went to something else. The minute I leave this, it starts fresh again. Anyway, well, let's put it this way, Vicky. If we test it and we're Pretty sure it works the way we want it to work. I don't think we're going to have a problem with those first 100. And then we'll see what happens afterwards. Well, of course, a lot of work. Of course, just the ability to take these trades right now, for the system to see this and take these trades right now. And let's watch this. Okay, let's just watch it. Okay, so now we would have to get, I can't remember what happened. It would have to dump ETH and take Zcar. Let me see if I can remember. So we've got these three right now. So these are the three it's in. Still in. All they did was jockey for position. Still in. Yeah, I know I could do that, but I'm just trying to eyeball it. I'm really trying to see, because now you can see how you could easily have 50 to 70 trades a day. There we go. Now we've got one different for sure, maybe even two. And you can see how many shares it's taking. Yeah. So that's the 1955 because it's putting five. There we go. UPX now is in it. UPXI is now in it. So that's why it has to be automated. It really has to be automated. Otherwise, no way could you do this manually. No, it's not nothing to do with income tax declaration. It's our government doesn't believe in this payment for order flow. And well, that's a simple way of my explaining it. So that's why where your government doesn't seem to care as much. So there's a trade-off. We don't have the PDT rule. You guys do, but we don't have free commissions. So I mean, somebody said, "Well, simple," but I can't believe that it's our API. I don't doubt very much it would connect to that. Anyway, that's how it works. You can see how it works. $181 now, 169 less. Now, what happens? What really? Why you can get some crazy ones in here is if, for instance, like the other day when one of them, I think drug was one of them, and it stayed in here because it was always seemed to be or kept being added. It always was one of the top gainers, and of course, drug went from I don't know, I'm going to make it up, but from 4 to 60. So of course, that added to the profit like an unbelievable amount. I'm going to get rid of this now, guys. And again, yeah, Vicky, but it's for people who don't manage anything. I don't think there's stops, Pepe. I don't think there are stops. I mean, that's why it gets a little crazy. You get taken out of the trade if you drop out of the top three. Now, dropping out of the top three doesn't mean that you've crashed. It just means that some other stock has replaced you, as a higher percent. But I don't think there's any way to put a stop. Here's guys, this one is ripping higher here. TARS, TARS. Let me just ask the question. I'm pretty sure. All right, guys. Yeah, in theory, yes. Just sell and replace with the buy. Yeah, that's in theory. I don't know how. I'm not sure how you could have a stop, to be honest, into looking at it like that. You just got to hope that if a stock gets knocked out of the top three, that it just doesn't you're selling it the second it gets out of the top three. You know what? I want to bring it back. I want to. So I just had to put up with some whining. Not me, but the machine going to whine at me for a bit. Yeah, you're right. I did mute myself. I was trying. I think the machine is slowed down a bit. Yeah, I mean the half a cent a share, though. I mean it depends how many shares. So right there, it took say 2,000 shares. Okay, so what you're talking $10 right there. So some of them are fairly low priced, and so you're taking a lot of shares, and that's where the commission is really going to add up, especially if it doesn't move that much. What if it gets out for just 10 cents? Okay, and or 2 cents, because remember, it's just going to get out automatically. Another one comes in, you're gone. So that's why I'm thinking that, you almost have to have a commission-free broker. Now, you will be able to create your own top list and do it, but the problem with that, and then, have a higher price stocks, I suppose, or a minimum. The problem with that, and as I was, who I was talking to, I was talking to, Michael yesterday, and I think somebody else today. We have to be able to test a lot of different scenarios. So this is a stock race right here. But what if we wanted, okay, it changes from the open, changes from the close, 30-minute change, 30, what the biggest 30-minute change, the 5-minute change, a 10-minute change, all these, and price ranges. There are a lot of different scenarios to test. And we may only be able to say, you know what, we've tested these three scenarios, and we can only suggest that use one of these three. They seem to, test it very well. But if you say, well, no, I don't like that price range, well, now you're on your own. I'm just using that as an example because obviously you can take your own set of parameters and do it. But if we haven't tested that, then we have no idea how well it's going to work. The biggest challenge is going to be slippage. It's not so much the commission, I don't think. It'll be slippage. Yeah. So right now, it's definitely going to be slippage. No, it will never do Toronto. It'll never do the Canadian exchanges. SK, never. Not enough stocks. I mean, not the number of stocks, but just not enough stocks that trade abnormally on a given day. Well, let's just say Areb gets knocked out by something else. Well, they just got knocked out. But could we sell it at 301? Okay, could we actually sell it at 301? Probably not. There's going to be some slippage. Well, my computer definitely doesn't like to have both these up and running. There's a lot of stuff happening in here. So anyway, guys, that's the theory behind it, okay? And this, of course, is on the short side, and this is on the long side. But it'd be wonderful if it works. Anybody run this from the beginning of the day just to see what it was at the beginning? I know there's a way in which you can do a replay. Is momentum waves? Well, the only thing is I don't know what. Well, it's available. Yeah, I mean, you can use it right now. I mean, you don't have to auto trade it. You'll see the stocks that are in the momentum wave. But you'd have to go to our web-based version. I don't know if see, I don't know what the top list is being extracted from. Otherwise, it'd be simple to. It would be very simple just to create it and put it in here, like on your downloadable app. Let me see if there's any way to. Yeah, you see, there's no. Yeah, there's no way to find out. I don't think anyway. Find out what is in here. But I'll tell you. I mean, to me, it's probably not that much different from this. Okay, and creating a top list out of it. This is on the biggest gainers. Actually, it's more like the biggest gainers. Yeah, I got to get rid of this R, guys. It's going to drive me nuts. Show all the alerts that Holly made today. Well, I can show you. Yeah, I can show. Here they are. Most like there were two really really good ones, the LTBR and the WGS. The rest of them kind of iffy. Not some got stopped out, but the LTBR, there's a 15%. Well, even more. The WGS was awesome, $74, and before it pulled back, it got up to 85. So, these ones worked out very well. These ones at the bottom end. UAVS may have worked out for a while. Black actually worked out, for a while. The alert was at 483 and it got up to five. I can't see it there. What did it get up to? Got up to 420 from 483. But certainly there were two really nice ones. Well, let me bring it up one more time because now I'm going to show you the tree map version of it and see what the difference is. Well, I've just showed you, you're talking about this, the money machine, aren't you, Kamal? Well, all depends on when you load it. I mean, so I have no idea. I have no idea what it did today, loading it right from 9:30. I'm sorry, guys. I know the noise. Where is the other one? Okay, so here is the tree map version of it. Okay, so this is the tree map. So this is the change in the last 30 minutes. And so the top changes in the last 30 minutes. So it'll take it'll take these. And one of them is going to get booted out. Maybe, not yet. There we go. So serve just came in. Tars left. You can see, I mean, this is why it has to be automated. I mean, there's no way you could try to try to trade this manually. But again, it's almost irrelevant to I mean, it's fun to look at this thing right now, but it's irrelevant until we can actually produce it in the simulator. And then, but the key thing will be trading with real money. That'll be obviously the key. Trading, and that's what the company is going to do. They're going to put money into an account and trade it, and then we'll have to see it. And not just 1 or 2 days. I have no idea how long they think they're going to have to test it. Depends what you mean. But no, I'm going to say no. Not live news. Not like next second news. No, you want to if you want to. Most of the time for that sort of stuff, you have to pay for that as an add-on. Not through us, but like a Benzinga or something like that. I use if you got Interactive Brokers, their news feed is pretty darn good. It's part of the program. It's not. Is it within 10 seconds of something happening? Maybe not, but I think it's pretty darn good. So I took three trades on DJT today, lost on one, made something on a couple of the others, just kind of carving out a little bit, and we'll see what happens. Tomorrow will be interesting. But guys, give me a moment. A YouTuber wants to see BKYI on a 1 minute chart in the pre-market. Okay, let's see if it's going to have to scroll back quite a bit, but let's see if I can do that if it makes sense. Well, better change it to 1 minute. Oh, yeah, it's going to get pretty jumbled up, but this is it right here. I don't think I can. This is it right here. What buy alert are you talking about? There was no buy alert. I mean, what do you mean by a buy alert for BKYI? Well, but from where? I mean, there's no buy alert. Oh, for trade wave. Oh, I see. Well, let's see if there was one. I'm going to have to. Not 100% sure that the trade wave. Okay, there's 4 o'clock right there. All right, now let me take a look. Okay, if there was anything that happened. Yeah. So look, I mean, there was a sell there, a buy here. So I mean, really nothing. Excuse me, nothing. Just going back here is a buy here, but a sell here. So really choppy. Okay, choppy. So we're at 820 right now. So it was too choppy. Remember now, this, the trade wave and all these things, they work a lot better if it's, a great trend. On a 1 minute chart, there was nothing. You can see buy, sell, buy, sell. So really nothing. On a 15-minute chart, let's take a look if there was anything on a 15-minute chart. Yeah, so on a 15-minute chart, that's 6:15. So there was a buy flag right there on a 15, as an example. All depends on the time frame you're looking at, of course. So that would have been pretty good, I guess. Excuse me. Because it kept moving higher and higher and higher and higher. And let's take a look on a 5-minute chart. So interestingly, on a 5-minute chart, there were no buy flags, just on a 15-minute chart. Yeah, no problem. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. So it's wow, 2 o'clock already. It's been a pretty fast. I love the questions. Questions certainly keep my interest up. But 2 o'clock already, so I'll be taking off at around 2:30. William says he'll keep the room open four-ish. There are some earnings. I think Google after hours, so he'll keep it open probably for Google. And so when I do take off, sometime around 2:30, the main room will still be open. I'll have to shut down YouTube though, but the main room will be open still. Do I? No, I don't. If I'm taking a trade or we talk about different setups or things that could be setting up all day long. It's up to you, if you decide that, yeah, that makes sense for your trading style to take the trade. I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. I will say, had I seen this one earlier, Oric, as an example, I would have probably said something like, guys, if it takes out 850, I'll be very interested. Okay. Based on what you're seeing here. Now, do I know what's going to do this afterwards? Of course not. But some will listen to me and say, no, it doesn't make sense to me at all to do that. I want to wait for it to pull back to some area. Or this morning, we talked about LTBR as an example. Okay. And LTBR, now the VWAP is way up here now, 1128. But when we were looking at this earlier, the VWAP was right around here. I want to say 1040. And so I said, listen, guys, is moved down through the VWAP and now it's above. And I say, if you're a VWAP type player, you might want to take this trade because it's through the VWAP and see what happens. Well, obviously, that would have worked out beautifully. But if people are listening to me out there and saying, well, number one, I don't know what the VWAP is. Well, you better, you can either try to learn about what the VWAP is. It can be a big area of support or resistance, or you're not a VWAP player at all. You don't care about that. What do you mean by what is the signal means? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about these like up here? These are just alerts. Doesn't mean you pile into the trade. Well, it just means that in this particular scan right here, it meets all my filter requirements. It doesn't mean that every single stock that meets my filter requirements is going to be tradable. I mean, because the next step I do is I take a look at it. So I look at Oric as an example. If I'd seen it earlier, I would have been looking left. Excuse me. I mean, it's an interesting look right now. I'd be looking left and saying, wow, okay, this has room to 1038. Okay, it's at 896 now. There's the 200-day moving average. That could stall it. But I'd be looking at this and going, okay, this has got some room. It's a candidate. It's a candidate to move until it hits any sort of potential resistance. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to keep going that way. Well, it's not, would you say, because everybody's different, Kamal. Okay. You have to practice trading. There's no shortcut to this. That's why we have a simulator. Okay. You have to have a trading plan. What type of you don't know right now, probably, if you're new to trading. If you're a momentum trader or a pullback trader or somebody who likes to bottom fish, or that's why we have a simulator, so you can practice different styles of trading. My style may be completely different, but Kamel, I mean, teach one strategy that works for day trades. They all work for day. Every one of these things can be used for day trades, because every one of these, it's not a strategy so much, but the bottom line for looking for day trades is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. That's your number one. Number one, okay? You want to find stocks that are trading abnormally. So, for instance, in this scan right here, well, actually, I'll use the other one because I like this scan a lot. Now, did it work that well today? I don't think so. Okay, I haven't checked them all. I mean, I'd have to go back and look. But this is a scan that is going to show you stocks that are trading really abnormally. The current volume is at least 8. Okay, so that means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. But here's my price range that I want. Your price range may be completely different. 500,000 shares minimum, 100% above the high. That's why it's called a 10-day daily breakout. So if you had a 10-day bar, it'd be at the high of it, above it. So this is an example of a scan that is really trying to find abnormally trading scans or stocks. Does it work for day trades? It can, sure. But you also have to understand that when I click on an alert, just because it comes in here meeting all the requirements, it doesn't mean that it's absolutely tradable. Because what if I click on an alert and all of a sudden I see, I look left and there's a high not that far away? I won't take the trade, as an example. If you have no trading experience at all, Kamal, I mean, I think that you have to probably take a look at the course, okay, or the series of videos that Michael Noss did, okay, because this program is called Trade Ideas, and yes, you can create your own ideas for trading, but it doesn't mean that just because something shows up in your scan that boom, you just trade it. Exactly, dog. I am using this one. It works for me, but I've got some trading experience, so I kind of know what I'm looking at. But for instance, lack. I mean, I lost on this one. Okay, didn't work. I took this one early, and it didn't work. They don't all work. So if you click on my homepage link and go down to this section that says Trading 101, whole series of videos, okay, which, at least it gives you, I mean, I have no idea if you're just starting from complete scratch, because if you are, I really recommend you take a look at that Trading 101. Well, in the video, there are examples of support and resistance. Yes. Not the video, but it's a whole series of videos. I mean, it starts off as basic as you can get. Like the first video was, what is a stock? You don't have to look at them all. But basically what happened is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, during the pandemic, and his wife had to stay at home, and she doesn't trade at all. And so he basically said, okay, I'm going to teach you how to trade. And we have to start off basic as you can get. Okay. Well, it's right there, right above you. I just put it there. It's not a video. It's about 38 videos long. Okay. Again, trading is not easy. You have to have an idea about when you click on an alert, when you click on a symbol, what is the chart telling you, right? What is it telling you? When you get used, I've been trading for a while, so I can kind of size up a chart very quickly and figure out, do I want to trade it or not? Most of them I don't want to trade. So I'm pretty selective. Trading 101. Yeah, well, it's not one video, it's 38 videos, okay? It's all starts off with the first video is like, what is a stock? You don't have to look at that one, but they get progressively more complicated, not complicated, but complex. And then the next step is either you take out a standard subscription or you find a way that you can practice trading real time. You can take out a standard subscription with us and use our simulator that uses our real time data. And then you've got to practice trading. And it could take several months. The reason being is that your idea of support and resistance might be completely different from mine, Kamal. Okay. My idea of support and resistance could be just looking left on a daily chart and seeing where the next high is. And I say to myself, okay, I think that's going to be resistance. Or if I'm shorting, where's the next low? That's my idea. Some people will look at it, maybe have to look at something else. There's no absolute support resistance. All depends on your style of trading. Some people look at pivot points. Some people, I mean, there are all sorts of different, I suppose, method. Some people look at Fibonacci. There's all sorts of different ways. I have made my style, for me anyway, like excessively simple just by looking left. Don't know what you mean by that. There's no old data for months. I don't know what you mean by that at all. I mean, you have to have a daily chart or a weekly chart up. Are you talking about these 159? You're talking about these? Yeah, but okay, Kamal, if you're taking one specific stock, okay, I'm not saying, well, I could say this, but just look left on a daily chart. Here is, this stock, if it gets back up to the high of the day, you look left, has a shot to get to the 322 mark. Look at a weekly chart, is probably the same. Now, is that going to be resistance? I don't know. The 200-day moving average. A lot of people, myself included, will look at that as being resistance. Look where it is right now. Look where BKI is right now, 160, or it's at 116 right now, and look where it got to when they open. I think, and it popped a little bit above it, but so a lot of people will look at that. That's resistance. A lot of people will look at the VWAP. That's resistance or support. So are you again? You're talking about these buy and sell flags that you see. Okay, okay. So that is what we call trade wave, and it's a guide. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say okay, you must follow, but it is a guide, and it works a lot better when a stock is trending. Otherwise, you can get a sell signal here and a buy signal here and a sell signal here and a buy signal here. I'm just using this one as an example. Let me get to Mobileye. See if there are any. See, here's a buy signal right there. Okay. Well, that would have worked out pretty well. Okay. Right there. And that's because, it had a decent trend all the way up as an example. So are you a subscriber? 159. Are you a subscriber? Okay. So if you want this, you have to, number one, you have to click on your chart, right click on your chart, and make sure use browser interface is checked. Now, the other thing I better ask, what version of Trade Ideas are you on? You can tell the version if you click on help and about. So if you click on help and about, what version do you see? Because I think you have to be on version, the beta, the latest beta, which I believe is 1.01. I'm on a development version, but so if you can click on help and about, tell me what version you see. Okay, you have to be on a later version for sure. Okay, so if you click on my home page and you see up here, download, okay, and download the beta, okay? You have to be on that version. Once you do that, then when you go to a chart, you don't have to do it right now, but when you go to a chart, then right click and check use browser interface. Okay. Your chart will start to look a little bit different. But the big thing will be is that in this up here, you'll see something that says FX. In this line here, you see where the buy and sell is. And then right here, it says FX. So you click on FX and you click trade wave. When you do that, then you will start to see some buy and sell indicator flags. And it really depends on the time frame you're using. You know, sometimes you'll look at a 3-minute chart, you'll get no buy and sell. And for the same stock, though, you go to a 5-minute chart and you do see some. So it really depends on the time frame you're using. And that doesn't mean change the time frame so you see buy and sell. Okay, it doesn't mean that. It just means because you got to be comfortable. You still have to use the time frame you're comfortable with. Oh, you do have the beta. Okay. Okay, well, let's do it then. You know, just right click on your chart and check use browser interface. And then FX should show up as one of the options. And then just check trade wave. No, the charge is not connected to all brokers. Okay, so there's a way in which if you have an interactive brokers account, and I'll say E-Trade also, though our guys internally don't like it, but if you have an interactive brokers account, you can trade from within Trade Ideas, connecting to your interactive brokers account and your E-Trade account if you have an E-Trade account. You notice up here it says Brokerage Plus live. And that's how you connect either to your E-Trade or to your Interactive Brokers account. And I guess Alpaca now, I'm not 100% sure Alpaca is. Oh, all right, guys. Well, I was hoping we have a test drive next week or next month, but no, not until January. I think they want that money machine to be maybe somewhat operational. So I thought there'd be a test drive in November, but nope. Test drive meaning you could try our try out our system for about $11 for 10 trading days, but nope. But Kamal, as an example, I don't trade from within Trade Ideas. I use Interactive Brokers to trade. Okay. And again, I'm for those of you who don't know, with most brokers, I can't speak for every single broker, okay, but certainly E-Trade and I think well, Thinkorswim and Scott, well, not Scott, that's going back. A lot of the major brokers, we have what's called an external linking tool. And so what happens is when you set up the tool correctly, the external link correctly, what happens is when I click on CRDO as an example, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. From there, I trade it. You know, I don't have to, I never cared about trading from within Trade Ideas. Okay. But this is what it would have looked like. So this is Brokerage Plus. Okay. And so when you click on an alert, this is our simulator. So I'll click on an alert, SPR shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade, either from the drop down or type in the number. There, the bid ask is, you know, 3 cents. So I could buy 100 shares in the simulator, buy, send it, and now I'm in the trade. Okay. Now it's in the simulator. Now, if I had connected to my Interactive Brokers account, I could have done the same thing, and from here I'd be trading. I had never really found a major need for that. So, you know, when I click on my alert, it goes into my order entry in Interactive Brokers that I've been doing for, you know, nine years like that. So, and that from there is where I trade it. If you want to use AI, you need to have connections from well, you need to have a subscription. You're talking about our AI, Kamal? Are you talking about our AI? I mean, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas in order to have access to the alerts, if that's what you mean. Yeah, LTBR. Wow. Yeah, so you need a subscription. You need a premium subscription to AI to have access to, or sorry, to Trade Ideas to have access to our AI. Yes. But it's the same. I get an alert here. I get an alert here. I click on it. It loads into my Brokerage Plus. Not Brokerage. Well, it would load into Brokerage Plus, but it loads into my order entry. So it doesn't matter what broker you're using. You can use Trade Ideas. Okay. Typically, we're able to establish a connection, a connection with your broker and Trade Ideas, so that when you click on an alert, it loads into your order entry in your broker. Now, we can't guarantee every broker is going to do that, but because they don't care if we connect. But it's just a time saver more than anything. I mean, like a person like myself, who is, you know, clicking on a lot of different symbols all day long. It would be real. If I saw, oh, SPR, I wonder what that looks like. Well, if I have to type it into my order entry and then go to the next one and the next one, well, that'd be a real pain. So we've got this external linking tool that, yeah, just click on an alert and it loads into my order entry in Interactive Brokers. Loads all the charts too, of course. All right, guys, 225. So getting close to the end for me. So what I'm going to do is for the YouTubers who still want to talk about trading, give me a moment. So if you go to my homepage, You click on my homepage link. And at the very top here, see where it says training room? You can click on that, and that'll get you into the main, what I call the main room. Okay. And that room will be open until 4-ish. Okay. There'll be no screen sharing. Nobody's talking on the mic, but there's still plenty of traders in there. Okay. The locks I see in chart, the locks, the locks. Don't know what you mean by a lock, Razavin. The locks. Well, when you say confirm I'm using it, I mean, this is it. Okay. I mean, go no go are the colors, okay? The different transition colors in these bars. So I can absolutely confirm that I'm using go no go charts because you look here's purple, here's a little pink, here's a little orange, cyan and blue. Okay, so these are the go no go charts. Yes. William. Okay, so you just have to look. If you see charts that have these sort of strange looking colors and bars, then that is go no go. Okay, just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, just did I answer your question regarding go no go? Okay, so I don't see a response to my answer to you regarding go no go. So I'm assuming that you understand that if you see charts that look like this with these kind of weird looking colors, then that is a go no go chart. Okay, guys. So I think that's it for me. I don't see any other questions. So thanks again for all the help today. Look at this light bridge. I may be doing something with this one. Let's just see here. Okay, so I'm going to stop the screen. No, I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to stop the screen sharing now in the main room. Muting myself now, main room. And now I have to shut down YouTubers. There was no SNR. No, there's no calculator. As I said before, Kamal, support and resistance can mean a lot of different things to different people. So there is no calculator. No. Some people use pivot points. Some people use Fibonacci. Some people do what I do, look at highs and lows. So there's no like standard. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock on the mic.